And Tim and Sarah, the same procedure for you guys recording, just as backup. There it is. And as usual, when I'm speaking of Christine and Jen, you want to keep an eye on the waiting room and let people in. That would be much appreciated. And welcome to everyone that just came in. We still got people streaming in, so we'll give it here a couple seconds and then get rolling, because I'm going to start today with the roll call and then get into our content. So hope everyone is doing well. All right, I think I see our waiting room slowing down a little bit, and I'm seeing pretty good coverage on our attendee list. But so yeah, we'll start the roll call like I've done every other meeting. I'm going to go through the entire list. So realize some secondaries won't be here, but just want to make sure we go through the entire list. So starting with our DNR staff, Eric Canania.
Good morning, Kurt.
Good morning, Mandy Camps.
Good morning, I'm here.
Tammy, I know it indicated that she won't be able to make it right away. Dan Storm.
Good morning.
Jeff Pritzel.
Hi, everybody.
And then moving on to our stakeholders, National Deer Association, Kip.
Hey, good morning, Kurt. I'm here.
Excellent. Matt. Wisconsin Wildlife Federation, Ralph. Justin.
Good morning.
Bowhunters Association, Bill.
Yes, sir. Right here.
Excellent. Rick. Sporting Heritage Council, Elizabeth. Greenfire, Mike Samuel.
Here.
Mike Foy.
Here.
Conservation Congress, Mike Riggle.
Here.
Joel Taylor. Backcountry Hunters and Anglers, Noah. Jeffrey. Wisconsin County Solid Waste, Dave. Amanda.
I'm here, and I saw Dave was on the roster too.
Okay, excellent. Oh, yep, I do see him there. Whitetails of Wisconsin, Ryan. He did note he wouldn't make it. So Lori.
Yes, I'm here.
Excellent. Deer and Elk Farmers Association, Jerome.
Here.
Roxanne. Going to Glyphwick, Travis.
I'm here.
Miles. Oneida Nation, Shad.
Hi, it's Brittany. I'm the secondary today. Chad is out.
Excellent. Rudcliffe, Andy.
Good morning. I'm on, and Chase will maybe be popping in and out.
All right, thank you. So then moving on to our TAs. So technical support staff. Lindsay. Dave McFarland.
Yep. Good morning, everybody.
Bob Holzman.
Good morning, everybody.
Ben Beardmore.
Good morning.
Chris Goodwill. Pete Dunn. Natasha. Dan Kroll. Darlene. Oh, yeah, I see a message from Lindsay Long, so we have that. Excellent. Where was I? Then we have Amy, Dan Herchert, Dan Barr, and Lorna Will. All right. Well, thank you all for going through another roll call with me. With that, I will pull up the next part of the meeting. So, good morning, everyone. Thank you for joining us today. This is the 6th CWD Response Plan Committee meeting. And as previous meetings, it is being streamed via YouTube for the public to watch and is being recorded for later viewing, as you guys saw when the notices came in when you joined the meeting. This meeting will have large sections of open discussion within the committee today. I remind the committee members to let everyone have their opportunity to speak on a subject. I also remind everyone of our ground rules and to stay respectful of all members. There may be points of agree to disagree today, and we'll move on to the next subject. And that's just something to keep us moving and keep us all respectful on some of these topics. For this meeting, we understand we did give you a lot to review. We developed new alternative plans that we will discuss later based on the pre-work and the committee discussion. These plans took us a bit longer than expected to develop and run through the model. Talking through these plans and other items of the input document today should help in understanding the updates. And as I emailed about yesterday, there will be an opportunity for further discussion after this meeting. Jen, Christine, and I encourage everyone to provide additional comments on the input document to us via email as the next version is being developed. We also plan another committee meeting the first week of February with that date to be worked out very soon. We realize not all may be able to make it due to the timing and unexpectedly adding this meeting. So please let us know if this is the case for you, and we will use email best to communicate with your stakeholder interests. We are working towards a final input document. Again, this document is a culmination of all your hard work and what will provide your input to the next steps of the process. Hopefully everyone got a chance to look it over. It is a pretty impressive document that has been the result of every step we have done as a committee at this point. Pretty cool when you think about where we started this entire process together those couple months ago. We are going to discuss the content of this document today. We realize there are some objectives that are not worded quite perfectly for every stakeholder, and this likely will not be possible with our large committee. But it is important that we are not missing anything major with our objectives. So far, what we've heard through pre-work and discussion, we are pretty close to on track there. And as talked about at the beginning of this process, some objectives will be more related to some stakeholders than others. Not all objectives need 100% agreement from the committee, but they do have to be relevant to the response plan. And as far as overall timeline, once the input document is completed, it will be sent to the DNR CWD implementation team for them to continue the review process, as we've talked about in previous meetings. So please note that the process isn't ending. It will, at that point, it will just be moving on to the next step. Ultimately, the decisions on the review plan rest with the DNR, but the input from this committee will be a large part of those decisions. And as stated before, there will be an opportunity for the committee to review the product before agency approval. And then for the bigger picture timeline, this process isn't ending for you all after this last meeting. So hopefully that doesn't get some cringes from some folks. Cameras are largely off, so you guys can hide it. But as outlined in the charter, there are years 2 and 3 of this process. And admittedly, we have been very focused in this current step of the process that we're in now. So we are still learning what those next 2 years will look like. We will keep the committee informed of years 2 and 3 in real time as those details become more clear. We do know the model will be part of the next year's steps, and with continued development and improvements made based on new information available. So all that being said, we do understand the concerns from the committee on the timeline, but hopefully this helps with some of those concerns. I think we can all agree that we would like to see the work of the committee, not just in a plan, but in action. And getting the input document to the next step in the process by February gives any plan changes the best chance to be implemented this fall. I'm very impressed with all of our committee members, but unfortunately, I think even for you all, we can all understand solving CWD is a very difficult task and won't be accomplished within this committee. But the work from this committee and process can help set the stage for future CWD management. And that in itself is impactful to the future of CWD. And I think something pretty important from this committee. And waiting for the next piece of information or the perfect wording on Objective 16Q1B may not be helpful to that overall impact. But that being said, we want this input document to be full and complete document that represents the committee's work. So we will spend today talking through the document and gathering input as outlined in the agenda. One item that we have been working on is a clear definition of the scope when it comes to actions. While working since the last meeting, we realized there may have been a couple definitions out there. So for the purposes of the input document, we are defining scope as things legislatively stated. So essentially things that are in state statute. If not stated in statute, we are considering those actions within DNR authority, while understanding that actions, even within authority, still have challenges and have varying chances of implementation due to feasibility, social and political factors. We are developing a section within the input document that will discuss the limitations of scope, the committee's desire to explore out of scope actions, and outline these major statute limitations. And as you may have seen in the input document, there is a note of the committee's discussion to increase the scope of the DNR to increase actions available. So again, that last section talking about scope and actions and just kind of outlining one of the changes that we have kind of made or hopefully clarified. So with that, I think I said probably quite enough. So I would open it up to any questions at this point, or if Jen and Christine have anything that they would like to add.
I think you covered it well, Kurt. I'll just add thanks again, everybody. I know this has been an ambitious and aggressive timeline, and we appreciate all of your efforts. And I hope you are beginning to see it all come together in this input document that I think is really impressive and will be really informative for next steps in CWD response.
All right, well, if not hearing any questions, we can move on to the next portion of the agenda, which is our first committee kind of discussion topic, and this would be on the public comment. So I think hopefully, as everyone has done and remembers, when the public comment has been shared to you all via email, you were requested to read it and have it help inform your input. But if there are any points that stuck out to you or you want to discuss more as an entire committee, this would be the time to bring it up. And again, as a reminder, this is for all public comment that we've received up until this point. So basically at this point, leave it up to the committee if there's any of that public comment that they would like to discuss.
Well, Kurt, I'll stick my neck out in a little bit and say that three things that, yeah, I know, what a surprise, right? Three things that I took away from it were people's concern about feeding and baiting, about test results, about getting test results back in a reasonable amount of time. And then the third thing was related to deer farms. And I think of those three issues, the one that we really haven't dealt with in any way whatsoever that I can remember is deer farms.
Yeah, I think some of that comes to the out of scope that we talked about, but I think making the notes of increasing scope and maybe getting a little more specific with that could work towards that game farm. But yeah, any other discussion on those 3 points? I think kind of baiting and feeding falls within that out of scope as well due to state statute, but turnaround time, that's could be a good goal to have.
This is Lori Steele, White Hills of Wisconsin. I saw a lot of comments about how if we want to eliminate CWD, we need to get rid of deer farms, and nothing could be further from the truth. If you get rid of all the deer farms, you're still going to have CWD in the state. It's going to continue to spread. And I guess we just kind of get frustrated that we're doing everything possible to prevent CWD from entering our farms. And yet, no matter what we're doing, it's an environmental issue that's raising havoc on our farms. And like I say, we do everything possible to prevent it because it is a death sentence for our farms.
Yeah, I do think that brings up a good point. We are working towards the same goal. No one does want to see CWD for whatever reason, however it's impacting us. So working together across groups, I think, is an important thing to think about too. So. Any other points or common themes that folks saw in the comments that they would like to talk about as a group? Or if we're feeling pretty good, we can most certainly move on to the next parts.
Kurt, this is Jerome Donahoe, Wisconsin Commercial Deer and Elk. You know, in speaking about deer farms, what will the DNR do and the other stakeholders do stepping to the plate in public education about CWD with the misconceptions about the spread of CWD on deer farms? I mean, when you look at the data on the ground today, you know, the wild outpaces the farm as far as numbers in counties. And so I think a good public education aspects of working together, like you said, would be beneficial for all to understand both sides of the fence. Yes, we don't want it. We don't want it any more than anybody else does in the wild. But things that are under DNR's control can help in that educational effort and bridging the gap, not only in the public education, but the DNR accepting the opportunity of doing research with the industry for what we have to offer on both sides of the fence.
Yeah, thank you for that comment. And yeah, education has been identified throughout, but maybe not specifically to that point. So that's, yeah, I appreciate that input.
It seems like, you know, we have objectives in the plan at this point that try to prevent or protect deer farms from getting CWD from wild deer. I think those are really important things to have. But I think it also has to go both ways, as we have to consider what risk game farms present to infection in wild deer. And, you know, the fact that DADCAP just reported yesterday, I believe, that we have some deer farms that have over 100 and one even 300 positive deer have been removed from them. I think those are it's pretty hard for me to say those aren't risks to wild deer.
Question for you. Do you have any evidence whatsoever that the disease has spread from deer farms to free-ranging animals? I'm not aware.
There's published evidence, Lori. There, a positive deer went from a deer farm to the Toronto Zoo. CWD went to Canada from captive elk. There's a well-published study in Nebraska that pretty much demonstrates that CWD and wild deer there came from a farm. So yes, there is published data to support that.
The first two you're mentioning went from a fenced area to a fenced area, not free ranging, correct?
Yeah, that's correct. But you know, that seems to be the way it got to Canada, and it certainly didn't remain in the captive deer or captive elk in that case.
Well, it kind of boils down to which came first, the chicken or the egg. So, thank you.
Well, Mike, again, this is Jerome. You know, an elk came out of Jackson County down through the endemic area last year, and now it came back up through Fond du Lac County and back to Jackson County. Now Fond du Lac County has a wild CWD positive. So are you willing to hang your head on the same thing, that those animals can traverse through an endemic area of the state that caused that CWD in Fond du Lac County in a wild animal? And so to that, I've been asking different committees over the last couple of years about off-road vehicle traffic, just like the milfoil traffic for boats and weeds, not spreading weeds from lake to lake. Have you ever looked into the off-road vehicles that traverse our northern woods from the southern counties or any counties out of state that don't wash vehicles off, that put things at risk from what's traversed from dirt and mud or other weed seeds and such like that? See, that's where I think we can learn from both sides in understanding, like what you had suggested in the past, a continuation of scientific review from this committee to take it forward past what this document will do. But we need to understand the trials and tribulations on both sides of the fence as well. I mean, the DNR right now in the modeling is forecasting 50,000 wild deer on the hoof right now that are highly potential of being infected with CWD. By that same token, even in just this last year alone only, there's over 1,500, I believe, positives in the wild. We're on the farm, yes, we're in a down year of, yes, there's more positives, but they're captured under the program behind fence. That there's might only be about 50. So we need to look objectively that wild deer and elk are not contained. And even on the prevalence rate of a new foci area or a leading edge area is unknown. So when you look at how many animals are tested on the landscape for wild, it's always a percentage of the population. In that percentage of the endemic area, it averages about 500 tests per county. Whereas the counties that do not have any positive deer in Wisconsin, the average is only about 154 tests. So I'd like to see, like some other people have suggested, an average of that 500 tests per county to try to get a handle on what we have in the wild. And the numbers that we find behind the fence on the deer farm, we're mandated to test at 100%. So we know what the numbers are to the populations. And in your response, I respect the response. When you notate an 80% prevalence rate is off the mark to the population because it's actually only about under 10% for what happens on these farms. So in working together, I think is very important for this group to take it forward as an action item instead of just looking at just public education. But we have to do some real science, because in any of the responses, whether public or action plans going forward, we're dealing with a physiological disease, but yet none of the recommendations deals with how to look at it and treat it other than just developing another program. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for those comments, everyone. And yeah, I think identified some things to focus on as far as spread, multiple avenues of that, and some ideas for maybe some other actions to look at. So anything else from the public comments that we'd like to discuss? All right, well then, with that, I think could turn it over to Jen and get us into the input document. And we're a little ahead of schedule, but I bet you we'll catch back up here pretty quick.
All right, thanks, Kurt. Yeah, so as Kurt said, we have some more to do, and we have integrated your input into alternative plans, and Tom's reworked the model to accommodate those. So there's been a ton of progress in between the last meeting and now, but we simply needed more time to develop the new consequences table with the model runs based on these new plans that y'all put forward. So we'll be sending those out in ample time before the early February meeting. And then during the next meeting, we'll have time to discuss the table, key findings, and summarizing any concluding thoughts from the committee. And as Kurt said, we'll work with you via email if you're unable to attend the last meeting. I know everybody wants to get the best quality product we can, right? So we want to thank you for your adaptability during this entire process. We're as committed as you are to ensure that the product of this committee is as high quality and accurately represents the committee's efforts, as well as is informative for the DNR's review process. So we're all on the same team here, I think. So with that, we'll have more time for open discussion. I'm going to start by briefly walking through the input document just to make sure that everybody understands what it includes. And then we'll have time to discuss the goal statement and objectives section. So that's what we're going to focus on first. And then next, we'll pass it over to Christine, who will talk about how we develop the new plans. And then we'll also have lots of time with Tom to talk about the model, how your input's being integrated directly into those model runs. Yeah, and also, again, ample time for discussion. So with that, I'm going to share my screen. And let's see. Can you see it, Kurt?
Now it is there. You might want to increase the size as much as you can.
Yep, can do. How are we looking?
One more click, actually, if okay by you.
Sure.
All right. Looking good for me.
Okay, great. Hopefully that works for everybody. But this is the exact same thing that y'all have from Monday. So there's nothing different. If you want to pull it up or if you have it printed as well, it might be useful. All right, so this is our version 2. This is what we sent around, and we focused in on the green highlighted sections. And so I'll just kind of skip over, we have background and introduction in this input document, and then we have the work that was done on the goal statement. That includes the process that we used to develop that revised goal statement and the actual goal statement itself, which is a different format than the one in the response plan, and that it does have more detail, and it includes more objectives beyond minimizing CWD, and it's explicit about those objectives. We then have the objectives and metrics section, again, talking about the committee process for developing those objectives and metrics, and then the list itself. And we'll go through that again in a minute. I'm not going to walk through every single one since, we haven't made major changes without discussing it as a group, and that's been very intentional. So there may be some minor changes and tweaks to metrics, for example, that help clarify, or changes to wording that also help clarify the objectives. But any major decisions we wanted to leave for now. So we're going to have plenty of time for discussion. And the plan is we're going to go through each person or each primary on the committee and make sure that you have an opportunity to contribute input or to bring up a topic for discussion related to the objectives and metrics. We also then, in this input document, we talk about alternatives. So process, again, for developing those plans, and then the response plans themselves. And so in this input document, which you saw, we have text descriptions. We actually have narrative to describe each one of those plans. And hopefully they look familiar to many of you because we did develop them based on this last pre-work. Next will be consequences, and we have included some additional steps. This wasn't in assigned reading, so it's fine if you haven't read it yet, but we're developing some narrative on the model itself, on the model limitations, and also the assumptions of the model. So just really key pieces about the models that Tom has developed and that we're using to predict and evaluate the various alternative management plans. And so eventually there will be the full table, the full consequences table. We'll also have further appendices that have more details on each of those outcomes. And so we'll have our main summary table like you've seen before with the pluses and minuses. And then we'll also have an appendix that has breakdowns of things like predicted prevalence rates under each management plan within each of our geographic areas, that being the endemic area, the leading edge, and new foci. All right, and so these will be the plans that are specifically within DNR's legal authority, which is, as Kurt said, our defined scope for these plans. There also is a section underneath. I did add this as a green highlighted section with additional actions and scenarios. So these are things like sensitivity analyses. How does the best outcome change, or how do our predicted outcomes change if we have increased budget or increased resources, for example, or how do those things change if we do find a more effective way to increase testing time or any of those other things. And this will also be the section where we can consider and evaluate management plans that include actions that are outside of DNR authority. So that comes back to the statewide baiting and feeding ban and things like extending the harvest season to encompass the rut. We have this trade-offs and findings. We've put in a little bit of information in here so far that just bullets out some of the key pieces of information we've learned from this process so far. And most of those are translated from things that Tom has presented to the committee, and we'll continue to flesh those out, especially once we have the new model runs, the new consequences table to digest and translate into some key findings there. We've also included in this one the full list of proposed actions that we've received. And so big thanks to Christine for compiling those. And we're going to also be adding, as Kurt indicated earlier, some additional columns that will define whether or not each one of those actions is within the DNR's scope, so the DNR's legal authority to implement. And then another column that's going to indicate that if it's within the DNR's legal authority to implement, what's the level of resistance that's expected? Because we know some of these things that even if they are within DNR authority to implement, may receive a lot of resistance, for example, from the public, and that's things like sharpshooting, for example. So we think this will be really useful for the committee to be able to look at these plans and have a better sense of how feasible they are going to be to implement under these additional constraints, budgetary and social, for example. So before I onto the goal statement section, any questions about the input document or concerns or things that you want to bring up now? Okay.
Hi, Jennifer, Jerome calling.
Hi, Jerome.
I had a question.
Sure.
So I know it's not in the green highlighted section, but like on line 64, where it notates including disease response. And we're only looking at this disease here as CWD, and we're not looking at any other health concerns of what the healthy herd is considered to be. And to other people who had inquired in, let's say, the Southwest study, or the other program that DNR has for the sick deer study for the state, I think it would be highly important for us to understand disease onset for CWD, that there are need crops and reports available for the sick deer program if it's still continuing. and/or necropsy reports of the Southwest studies to understand what other organisms these animals have on the landscape that might lead towards CWD as a correlative factor. And so with that, I'm just looking at what is the definition of including disease response. That could be helpful for the committee to understand, because it's going to go into how we scientifically address what CWD, instead of just looking at public education about a disease that we're trying to treat through maybe sharpshooting that you can't tell an animal's disease other than killing it and testing it. So I'm just looking at then on further on down the road, it's saying define the problem. And the problem of CWD is a physiological disease. It's not that somebody painted them blue or red. You can't tell them from outward signs other than that they're in a wasted part of the disease process. So I'm just looking at how we can further define that and then capture the data to put into the database to see if there's any correlative to the Southwest study necropsy reports or the statewide sick animal reports for deer that were necropsy that can help us tell a story where maybe CWD is showing up in the endemic area or in other parts of the state.
Sure. Yeah, thanks, Jerome. Good input. And I think we can include some more details on what is defined as disease response in this context. Some of those things we might not be able to go down into all the details of like analyzing new data for this particular review process, but certainly I think we can add in some details on further defining disease response. Thank you.
Can I ask a question of Jerome?
Sure.
Jerome, you refer to CWD as a physiological response. I'm confused what you mean by that. It's a neurological disease.
Correct, but what's the difference between a toxin and a poison?
This is neither one of those. It's a prion protein disease that has neurological effects.
And what's amyloidosis?
Brain.
What's amyloidosis?
I feel like we're getting a little off topic. I'm going to try to bring us back if that's all right.
No, that's fine. And I just wanted to point out one more thing. The reason I bring it up is relevancy. In the first year of the sick deer reporting in the state, it was reported that there was 34 deer submitted for necropsy, and 33 of those, no, there was 121 submitted for necropsy, and 34 were positive for CWD. 33 of them were from the endemic area. The other one was the first find in the wild up in Eau Claire County. But the bigger concern that I saw was that we had 3 times the amount of deer submitted for harvesting because they looked sick that died from something other than CWD. And so I'm just wanting to tease that out so we understand what CWD truly is.
Yeah, thank you, Jerome. And yes, we will include in this document then some more details on CWD. And hopefully that will address your concern. And with that, are there any other points of interest as far as the structure of the input document? Anything that is missing as far as sections? All right, then I'm going to scroll down to the goal statement here. And here, just so everybody is aware, we are going to use our roll call list, and Christine's going to help me. We're going to go through and make sure that all primaries have an opportunity to provide input on the goal statement and metrics. So with that, I just want to ask everybody, because we do have limited time here and we want to make sure everybody has an opportunity to speak. If you could start with, you know, we'll go one at a time, and if you have like a major thing that you'd like to bring up with regards to these sections, then please bring it up there as much as you can. Try to keep it succinct and concise. Same thing if you're following up and you need to respond to what somebody else said. Again, just trying to be really cognizant of time and make sure that everybody gets a chance to provide some input. And Yeah, so with that, okay, Christine, can you help me just do a roll call? Here we're asking, are there any major changes? As Kurt stated earlier, I think we can all accept that perfection is never going to be achievable. We'd probably could have, another year's worth of meetings and never agree on the wording of every single objective. But let's try to get the essence of what everybody cares about, what the objectives should be. And then before I forget to, just one more point on the metrics. So the metrics for the objectives here are not specifically for monitoring objectives. These are performance metrics. And so we're using them to help manage our response actions and how well they perform given these different objectives. And so some of these things we would prefer to use what's relevant for that objective rather than what's measurable. And so the monitoring is an additional step, and sometimes we can't monitor the exact metrics that are most relevant for an objective, and that's just the way of life. But at least for this part of the process, we want to really try to pick the most relevant metric, regardless of whether that's the appropriate monitoring metric. Okay. So I'm going to scroll up to the goal statement here, and feel free to make comments either on the goal statement or the objectives. And Christine, can you help us call out person by person?
Yes, we will go in order of the stakeholder and tribes listed in the charter. So just starting from the top, National Deer Association.
And just so everybody knows, I have
Jen,
two screens.
Christine.
I'm just going to be taking notes on the other screen. So if I am not taking notes on here, it's because I've got another screen. Okay. Sorry.
Well, thank you, Jen and Christine. Certainly appreciate the opportunity to do this. I don't have any major concerns with a goal statement. I think the devil is in the details relative to how we actually go about making those things happen. But in the essence of time here, I'm fine with what we have there, and we'll save more of my comments for later on when we deal with some of the specifics of it.
Great. Thank you, Kep. Appreciate it.
Moving on then to the Wisconsin Wildlife Federation. Whoever's acting as primary today.
Yeah, it's Justin. I would agree with Kip. I don't see if there's any main things that I think the overall main points are there, and I think that's good from our standpoint.
Thank you, Justin.
Wisconsin Bowhunters Association. Do we have Bill or Rich on the call today?
Yeah, Bill was. If you're trying to speak, Bill, you're muted. But maybe.
Am I coming through now?
Got you now, Bill.
Gotcha.
Okay. Sorry about that. To begin with, let me thank Jennifer and Christine. I'm pleased with the way everything is going, and I thank them for their guidance there. You too, Kurt. Anyway, at this point, I don't think we have any major changes to suggest for our goals. I think that as a group, we've done a good job looking at everything, and I'm looking forward to the end here when we finally come out with some solid recommendations that, while I know everybody's not going to agree on them, I do think that we can come up with some solid recommendations that are going to, well, help us in this CWD response plan here. So anyway, I think we're on track with where we want to be at this time. And again, thank you for your guidance in this whole situation here.
Thank you, Bill. Certainly appreciate that.
Yes, thank you, Bill. Next up then would be the Sporting Heritage Council. I'm not sure if Liz is on today.
Not seeing her currently.
Next then would be Wisconsin Greenfire. Mike.
Yeah, just for a little clarification here. are you asking for our input on just the goal statement at this point, or the whole objectives and metrics as well?
Yeah, good point of clarification. So the goal statement and the objectives and metrics sections, those two.
The whole thing.
Yep. And the goals, I mean, I think the more important section is the objectives and metrics, because we'll reframe and revise the goal statement if those objectives change drastically.
Okay. So on the goal statement, I mean, I think these goals are good. The only question I have is that, you know, trying to reach some of these goals is going to involve trade-offs between the goals. And so I wondered if they should be prioritized in some way so that when you get around to trying to decide what's most important, you have some framework to go on in that regard.
Yeah, absolutely. And Christine and her team has actually developed a survey specifically to ask the committee members to rank, or not to rank, but I'm sorry, to provide some input on relative preferences among those objectives. So we completely agree with you, and we'll provide that opportunity after this meeting.
Great. I have quite a few comments on the rest. You know, I don't know if you want to. Oh, well, I'll go through them. I'm confused. I know you just said that some of the metrics are potentially not measurable. And the one that strikes me is the one you changed in the last revision to minimize the impact of CWD at the township level rather than the DMU level. And it seems to me that's not very productive, since you can't either manage at that level or you can't really effectively monitor at that level either. And if you want to really find out whether you're successful or not, you really need some way to do both. So my preference would be that go back to a management unit rather than a township level. I'm concerned about 1D as well. Deer carcasses are not the only way that CWD gets into the environment. And I'm not sure whether you mean deer carcasses of deer that die out in the woods, or whether you're talking about harvested deer carcasses as well. It looks like you're talking about harvested carcasses, since the metric is carcasses that go into the dumpster, basically. So it seems to me that, you know, it's not really clear how important that really is in the big picture relative to live deer on the landscape. So that really should be in there somewhere. Let me just page down here a little bit. I gotta expand my comments here. Hold on. Well, down to number 4, 4C, minimize the risk of spread from wild deer. I certainly agree, as I said before, that we should be minimizing the risk of spread into deer farms, but that should go both ways as well, in my opinion. And the same related to more information about carcasses. I'm confused about D. It appears that this is related to probably a spread from CWD carcasses to deer farms. And I don't quite understand how CWD carcasses are getting into deer farms to cause CWD on deer farms. So I guess I don't quite understand what this particular objective is all about. On number 5, it seems to me that if we want to minimize the risk to human health, it's whether people consume a positive deer or not. And it's not really specific to whether they consume a positive or they get a positive test after they've consumed it. It's to whoever consumes positive deer, irregardless of when the test comes. So I'm a little puzzled by this one, I guess I have to say. It doesn't seem to, it seems to be related to, do we need to improve testing to prevent people from consuming? I think we need to do that too, but really the risk to people is whether they consume or not. Well, I think the DNR response resources, I think, are a little, still remain unclear to me regardless related to status quo and those kind of things, but I assume that's helpful to the DNR staff, the way it's worded and the way the monitoring will be set up. I'm concerned that the number 8, best available science, use of best available science, is a pretty squishy evaluation of 1 to 5. That to me is very, very subjective. I would like to see that beefed up in some way, and as we've recommended in the past, we would certainly like to see something like a science advisory council or science advisory group to help the DNR stay up to date on science that's recently available or are about to come out about CWD and how it might affect management.
Okay.
So I've also got, maybe I should just send you comments, Jen. I've got still a number of comments or questions about the next section as well, additional notes on objective hierarchy. I don't know if you want to consider those or not.
Yeah, let's take a breather now, and we can circle back. I just want to I have your list here, but I want to get through everybody. Maybe they also have similar concerns, and then we can dive into some of these and discuss them.
And are we going to discuss the alternatives and the plans at some point? Is that down the road, or is that now for discussion as well?
Yep, we'll get to that next. So this is just for, goal statement and objectives. Christine's going to walk through those plans, and hopefully it'll clear up some of your questions too. Okay.
Well, thanks, Mike. Next up, then, we would have Wisconsin Conservation Congress, Mike Riggle.
Yeah, I guess I'd just like to echo a couple things that Mike just said, is that we got it down to the township level, and right now we're not set up to do anything at a township level. All our deer registration goes by county, everything, and trying to take that down to the township level, I don't think is practical. I don't think it's, I just don't think that trying to micromanage down to the township level is a very wise thing to do. The other thing that I had thought of that goal of having people who have a positive test not consuming, I thought that was poorly stated last time. Last time it almost looked like people who have a positive test for CWD, well, there is no test for CWD in people. And it was kind of misstated. It almost misled you to say, oh, gee, they tested pot. Well, no, there is not such a thing. It's still poorly stated, and I think it's just like we want to keep people from eating meat from a positive deer, and period end. We don't have to put the rest of that in, and all it does is confuse the issue. So with that, I would say that was just two glaring things that I saw that I think need some further study.
Yeah, that sounds good. Well, I mean, for the second one, is there anybody who is opposed to changing minimize potential risk to human health to minimizing the number of people who consume CWD positive venison?
Yes, this is Jerome. I wanted to comment on that as well, because it would also go into helping public education and understanding the testing methodology. On the farm, we have to do a bona fide test of IHC, which is accepted as a food grade testing platform, where though positive animals that are detected from wild deer are tested the same way, but the majority are done by ELISA testing, which is not generally accepted as a food grade testing platform. And so if we're to try to get the people population for not consuming potentially infected meat, if there is a concern, that we look into the aspects of properly testing for that type of food grade testing, which is what you're looking at doing.
Okay. Yeah, thank you, Jerome. Sounds like you agree then that this should be changed to number of people, correct?
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. All right, well, I'm going to change it All right, next person, Christine.
I was muted, sorry. Backcountry hunters and anglers.
I do not think they made it on either.
Thank you, Kurt. Next up then would be Wisconsin County Solid Waste Management Association, Amanda.
Thank you. We feel the solid waste industry that what you have listed is just fine with us.
Thank you, Amanda.
Thank you.
Next up then would be White Hills of Wisconsin.
We like the beginning part where you talk about working together. We think that is key. We don't gain anything by continuing to point fingers at one side of the fence or the other. This has to be a group effort. To answer Mike Samuel's question about the carcasses, that is a huge issue. So let's say someone goes to the southern part of the state, harvests the CWD infected animal, brings it up to my county and dumps the carcass. I have eagles in my area, and the eagles are going to be feasting on that carcass and possibly dumping prions into my pens. And there's nothing I can do to prevent that. So carcasses are the number one reason that this disease is spreading around the state. I think we're fine with everything else.
Great, thank you, Lori.
Yes, thank you. Next up then we would have deer and elk farmers, Jerome.
Yes, just to go back to carcasses again, I don't think we covered it in the matrix at all, though I agree with the statement of affecting industry. Did we have a calculation by dumpster usage, by estimation of how many carcasses were there versus what's in the objectives right now as looking at forecasting 50,000 on the landscape of positive animals for what the future would look like? So that's hunter involvement, education, CWD testing. And so I didn't know how that would impact the industry if that's in there.
Yeah, Jerome, I think if you don't mind, can we circle back to that when we get into the model discussion with Tom? I think he'll be the best equipped to answer your question. Thank you.
I'm fine so far.
Okay, great. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Jerome. Next, we would have Glyphwick, Travis.
Hi. I guess in the interest of time, I am in agreement with a lot of what Michael Samuel was saying earlier, especially with the prioritization, maybe developing some sort of decision tree of those objectives based on, whether it's in an endemic area or a leading edge area or an area where CWD hasn't been detected in the wild on the landscape. And I guess I really don't have a whole lot else to provide at this point that I haven't already conveyed in the pre-work up to this point. So I'll keep it at that for now. Thanks.
Okay, thanks, Travis. And yes, we definitely, these new plans do, I think, better address some of your comments about the need for differing approaches and different types of geographies.
Next up then we would have Oneida Nation, Brittany.
Yeah, hi. We don't take any, we're not in disagreement with anything in the goal statement.
Thanks, Brittany. Did you have any comments on the objectives and metrics?
Nothing that hasn't already been brought up.
Great, thank you, Brittany.
Lastly, then we have Red Cliff, Andrew. Andy, if you're trying to speak, I see that you're muted.
Yeah, I see him on the list there. So maybe technical difficulty or unfortunate bathroom break. So yeah, I think we can maybe move on, and if he chimes in, we can give him his fair time.
Sounds good.
All right, so thank you, everybody. Let's go ahead and go back
sorry,
to
this is
some of the
Andy.
ones that, oh, go for it.
It was technical difficulties implemented by me, apparently switching back and forth between windows. I was trying to look at the document on my screen and somehow minimize myself. The goal statement, the way it's worded in there right now, I think we're pretty happy with that. The only thing in that section with the goal statement, I guess, that I'd like to maybe see some attention paid to is, again, the scope. I fully understand that actions taken by the department are going to occur with scope and authority. I would suggest that it might be beneficial to change the scope statement to something along the lines of actions laid out in the response plan may exceed the scope and authority of DNR at this point, but actions taken from the plan, will lie within what's DNR scope right now, something along those lines. And as far as the objectives right now, beyond what we've submitted already in pre-work, I don't have anything new to add. I'm really looking forward to kind of the next step when this document's taken by DNR folks and crafted into a revised response plan that we can actually take a look at. So we're not looking across maybe quite as broad a scope and can focus in a little bit more on the details that we're looking to implement moving forward.
Yeah, thanks, Sandy. And I've made a note on the scope, and we are in process, and will additional details on the scope, as you've indicated, will be included in the next document. Kurt has been kind enough to spend some time with our lawyers, the DNR lawyers, to get a little more clarity, even with amongst ourselves on that scope. And so we will share that with you.
I learned very quickly I'm not a lawyer.
Yeah, and I don't need to spend time trying to wordsmith it now. I think there's room there to improve that language somewhat. We'll make it clear to folks that things ought to be considered outside of what can be done by DNR now, and DNR will act on what they can, but there are other things to consider.
Sounds good. All right, so I'm going to scroll back up to, in my list here, some of the things that Mike Samuel brought up. And so the first one is this change that we'd made to minimizing CWD prevalence infection rates. And what I'm hearing is change this back to DMUs. Well, does anybody have any disagreement with that approach?
What was the change? When did it change? I thought yeah, did you know like who changed it? When does it change, or you're saying it's not something that came out of the committee?
It did come out of the, I think it actually came out of the fact that the model uses townships, but I think we can change it back to DMU if that's the most relevant metric.
Well, I mean, I remember, so you're talking about 1A or 1B or both?
I believe this would be both.
Well, so we had a pretty good discussion about the spatial distribution in I think using townships when we, in our committee discussion. And I guess the reason why I like townships for spatial distribution, and not that there aren't issues, especially with sample adequacy and detection and stuff, is that a DMU or a county is just too coarse grained to tell us really much, I don't think. And it's true, yes, we don't manage on a township basis. Sample size is going to be tough for a lot of townships. but all we're trying to do in this standpoint is like, has CWD been detected in that township or not? If we're saying, well, has CWD been detected in that county or not? Well, we can see substantial changes in spatial distribution of CWD that would not be reflected in that in the percent of counties with CWD. So at least for spatial distribution, I think it is, which again, I think we came to that agreement in our community discussions. I think it is good to use something like township, which would be like kind of like the compromise between a finer scale section based or county based. So, you know, all the CWD samples are collected at section or actually quarter section basis. So at least that's the data, how the data is recorded is adequate for that.
So Dan, I agree with everything you said. I was not bringing up the issue of townships in B. I was bringing up the issue of townships in A. At least that was my intention.
That was my misinterpretation. Okay, so 1A.
Okay. Yeah, and I'm just looking at A and thinking about it here. Yeah, that becomes harder. That does become harder, I think, to have good estimates. And we have had this policy of not really outside these selected, and I think there are multi-township areas, the selected, I think they're called study areas. If you look on our CWD page, where you can see the time series of prevalence by sex and age class for it's like 9 different areas or something in Southwest Wisconsin. But we haven't done that for other areas because largely the data is inadequate to do that, to do justice to that. And so, yeah. Yeah, I think saying like we're gonna look at all, monitor prevalence on all townships with CWD in them. I think that's tough. That's gonna be hard. We're gonna have, for a lot of townships, have an inability to detect any real changes because of the data requirements. So that is tough.
This is Jeff Pritzel. Would it help if, the way it's being worded there and used, prevalence and infection rate, it's almost the same thing. If we remove the words infection rate and then thought of prevalence, not in terms of prevalence as an infection rate, but just prevalence in the township at the simple scale of, is it 0, 1, or multiple, does give you a metric of that ties more to B, spatial distribution. But if we're looking at it, if we're using prevalence in terms of, is it a spark, is it part of the leading edge, or is it part of the endemic area, is there value there? That's one way to look at it, and I might be looking at it wrong, but if that addresses the concern that the Mike's brought up about, yeah, we can't manage those issues at the township level, that's absolutely true. I don't know if that helps.
Yeah, this is Mike Riddle. The reason I raise that is because, you're saying the prevalence of deer, tested. Well, you're only testing, the prevalence of the deer that were submitted for CWD testing at a township level. You have no idea how many other deer were shot in that township that were not tested, that are either A positive. So actually, the people testing for it are, I don't know. I think there's would be a bias in that data. And I don't think you can say, well, the prevalence rate in this township is, 42% because we tested 100 deer and 42 of them were positive. I don't think you can say that. You can say the prevalence rate of the deer you tested for CWD, but are people preferentially testing because they've had a lot of positives in their, little area? So that was my point. I didn't think, unless you're going to change the way we register deer, you're not going to be able to tell me exactly how many deer were shot in that township that were not tested.
Yeah, I'll acknowledge that, what Mike brings up, the recommendation change I brought up then doesn't make the small a subcategory match the small I, subset of the percent harvested known, that it does create a disconnect there. So it makes it more just, another version of stating B. Yeah, I can't argue with what Mike brings up.
All right, so does anybody have an adjustment here then that's going to make it more accurate, or wording suggestion?
Oh, Lee originally had at least a phrase in there that said basically that we were going to somehow adjust for age, sex, sort of sex prevalence to get a better representation. It certainly is totally impractical at the township level. It might be more practical, but still somewhat challenging at the DMU level. And
I think we lost you, Mike.
And I don't know, unless somebody figures out there is testing bias, as Mike Regal suggested, I think you're going to have to just say that these represent tested deer and not necessarily the whole population.
Yeah, and I think some of this comes back to the monitoring metrics versus performance metrics. And so that is, we can make notes about monitoring and the needs for an unbiased sample, but at least for here, the model, when we're comparing the various plans, we know all, right? Like we know how many are being tested versus not.
I mean, assuming, again, like Mike Riggle brings up, like, well, is the sampling, is the testing? I mean, basically, if you're saying, well, all the tested deer, just a random subsample of the harvested deer, of course, considering age and sex distribution, but they're not like more likely to be tested if they're positive or whatever. I mean, otherwise, it's just assuming that testing is a good sample, then it a lot of it just becomes a numbers question of, do you have a sample size that's large enough to give you a prevalence estimate that's got a precision? So like the uncertainty around the prevalence estimate. So you got 1 out of 100, it's 1% plus or minus what? And is that plus or minus like wide enough or narrow enough to be able to say anything? And so then it becomes like a sample size issue. And frankly, some townships will have enough to have a good precise estimate and some won't. We don't know. It might change year to year. So I think, I don't know, I guess I'd like some flexibility in this regard in terms of what the spatial scale. I mean, there's going to be some sparks, so-called sparks, where there's been a heck of a lot of testing, and it's maybe reasonable to do. Maybe it's not a township, maybe it's 2 townships. I don't know. It kind of just depends. So to me, and I know it's hard in a sentence fragment in a sub bullet, but like, I think there should be some flexibility here depending on the data adequacy.
Yeah, I think those are good notes. And I think what we can do, Dan, and if it's amenable to everybody, is add in under these additional notes, just what you said there, that the committee would like to see some flexibility, to be able to make the best use of the available data.
Jennifer, I'd like to make a comment.
Sure, go for it, Jerome.
So currently we're doing things under county, and in the viewer, you can actually drill down to where all positives are on the landscape. And you can make your determination whether it's a DMU or a township. But we should consider still the human dimension aspects of stigmatization, because right now counties are stigmatized whether somebody wants to hunt it with a positive notation or a negative notation. But I believe if you get down to a township and parlay it that way for information, I'd hate to have a township be stigmatized that it has high CWD prevalence. Just to take that into consideration. One thing that is missing is it shows where all the positives might be on the landscape, but it also doesn't show where all the surveillance animals were taken on the landscape to try to match where is surveillance versus positives. That might help refine the model as well. That's it.
Okay, thank you, Jerome. Appreciate that.
And before we move on to the next discussion of the next objective, I did want to give DNR committee members a chance to jump in. I realized that I neglected to give them an opportunity as we went through all of our stakeholder groups. So if we could just give DNR staff a moment to jump in if they had any comments about objectives or metrics that they didn't get a chance to provide. Apologies.
This is Eric. I just wanted to say for the CWD ops, I think that these objectives are a step in the right direction than what we've had, and there's certainly some questions and details to be hashed out, but perfection is probably going to be difficult to achieve. So a lot of the questions that I had written down actually are being discussed at the moment.
Great, thank you, Eric. Other DNR folks?
Yeah, this is Jeff Pritzel again. I'm good with where we are at. I did have some interest in number 5. Wasn't thinking about modifications, but I support the rewording of that one to make it more clear. And I have comments more when it comes to the alternative section, so I'll save my time for them and remind you if make sure the department staff get a chance at that section.
Yep, absolutely.
This is Dan. Oh, go ahead.
Oh, this is Mandy. I guess as far as the CWD implementation team, for the team I'm representing here, is that I think overall we agreed with the goal statement, and kind of like what Eric was saying is that just some comments or questions that came to mind that I knew would get flushed out or discussed during today's meeting. So a lot of that is already being brought up by other stakeholders' comments. So similar along those lines, and just interested to see at least where the discussion goes with the rest of the objectives.
All right, great. Thanks, Mandy. Okay, Dan?
Yeah, thanks. We already discussed one of the things that I was going to bring up, which is that spatial distribution, basically in response to Mike's comments, which I thought both Mikes had a lot of good comments. But other than that, I really agree with a lot that's been said, and I think it's all good from my perspective. So thank you.
All right.
I think it's everyone, Jen, then, because I don't believe Tammy is with us yet. So
okay.
Thank you.
Sounds good. And then, all right, let me move back up to my list. Okay, it sounds like we wanted to also have some discussion around 1D, so prions in the environment. And what I captured in my notes is that the carcasses aren't the only source of environmental prions, and we may want some objectives and metrics that better capture other sources. So I'll just open it up.
No, this is Lori Steele. I'll just make a comment that I think that goes back to educating the public. No one wants to purposely move the disease around. So I think we just need to really focus on educating the hunters on how high a risk the carcasses are.
Yeah, good point. Thanks, Lori.
Well, I guess I brought it up because assuming, I think it's still an assumption that environmental sources of prions are a major factor in infecting deer, then hunter carcasses are not necessarily the major source of that. I mean, there's a lot of deposition that's going on from live deer, and there's a lot of potential deposition going on from deer that die on the landscape. Those things might be difficult to capture, but something like either maybe within the modeling framework or something like a cumulative measure of infection rates over time might be an indicator of how much environmental contamination there might be, or something along those lines. But focusing simply on hunter harvested deer seems like it's only a minor part of, potentially a minor part of the problem in terms of the environment.
Mm-hmm.
Well, except for the fact that carcasses can be moved hundreds of miles, from the southern part of the state to the northern part of the state. So that's why I think education is important.
Yeah, and so Mike, what I'm wondering is, do we need an additional, do we need to revise this, or is it more appropriate to include a note down at the bottom that states that we had this discussion and that there are also other sources of prion deposition from live deer and deer that die on the landscape? But perhaps with this decision, there's little that the agency can do to respond to those sources. I guess that'd be my question. Are there actions that should be considered that would affect those other sources of prions that we should consider as a committee?
Well, yeah, I mean, in theory, if you control the disease, you by reducing prevalence or reducing the number of infected deer on the landscape, then you would have an impact on environmental contamination over time. I mean, that's the prevalence. So we reduce the impact on the deer herd, but also to reduce the environmental components so that we're not affecting deer in the future.
I mean, even if you don't impact prevalence, if you just reduce your deer density, then you're reducing the number of infected carcasses. It's just, to me though, it's one of those things where you get into that minimizing prions from all sources. You're kind of going, it's just the very basics of, there's just inseparable from the other objectives, I guess. Because I mean, minimizing prevalence, and that's, I mean, that's that in minimizing prions in the environment from.
So Dan, sorry.
Go ahead.
Well, I was going to say, one of my concerns about some of the things that are listed in the additional comments and things is that there's a few objectives that were removed under the assumption that success would take care of them. But it seems to me if there's no guarantee of success in any of this, and if there are some of the objectives that were important, that those might be considered to be, efforts put into those separately if they're important to do. Because I mean, while we all hope for success, I don't think you can just assume that that's going to happen.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, you really could just in D, I mean, it could literally be deer harvest in CWD, you know, in CWD endemic counties. Because the more like, or should be put better is deer abundance, because again, regardless of if your prevalence isn't even changing, but if your abundance is smaller, then the number of infected carcasses on the landscape will go down. So but that's just, to me, I mean, that's what so you could do that. It's very it's high level. It's like reducing deer populations, which is like in the farmland and CWD land, which is like this never ending generation problem that we're not solving, but that would be directly linked to minimizing prions in the environment. I mean, Mike's right that the number of carcasses collected in the carcass dumpsters, that's a fraction of the prions in the environment. I think we don't know the importance necessarily, and I think Lori's got a point that it could have outsized importance in moving the disease over long distances. We don't know, but it makes sense. So, and I do think it's worthwhile that 1DI is worthwhile, but Mike is correct in that it's incomplete.
Dan, I think you can make the same argument that you made about either reducing density or reducing prevalence when it comes to spread as well. I mean, the same sort of principles apply. If we have prevalence that we can't control, we can reduce the number of dispersing infected deer yearlings by reducing density as well. And so those things kind of go hand in hand.
Yes, that's true.
Okay. So I have some good notes on this, and we'll certainly try to summarize it here. But what I'm hearing is generally minimizing prions in the environment, and that we need to acknowledge these other sources. But it sounds like, you know, we still want this metric here as something that we're considering explicitly, the number of carcasses collected. Is that correct?
And this is Andy with Red Cliff. I'm not sure what this discussion is really benefiting from my perspective right now. You know, the goal is to minimize the prions in the environment, which can be done through all sorts of different things. The carcasses in the dumpsters is a metric, and to me, I don't personally care if you're tracking that or not. My concern is that we're minimizing the prions in the environment. So this discussion isn't benefiting me personally much. You know, it's a question of how many metrics does DNR need to have, and how much effort do you want to put into trying to track those versus effort at controlling the disease, I guess. So just a comment.
Yeah, thank you.
And Jen, this is Mandy. I'm trying to think back to previous committee meetings we've had and about this particular item, and maybe you or others can correct me if I'm wrong, but I feel like when we've talked about this with environmental contamination, we did talk about multiple actions or measurables that could be done to try and minimize or to look at minimizing prions. And was this just the disposal of carcasses one of the actions that could be measured? Because some of the other ways for environmental contamination couldn't necessarily be measured. Not saying that this one particular action is absolutely measurable. I know there's a lot of factors that go into it, but just trying to think back to where we were previously that maybe led to the wording of this particular 1D.
Yeah, Mandy, I think that's a good summary of it, that it was, you know, this seemed like it was the most important thing that could be actionable. Beyond, you know, what Dan was saying earlier, that abundance of deer is already tied into this as well. So this is something that would be separate, that isn't directly related to abundance of deer and being captured in potentially some of these other objectives.
Yeah, this is Mike. Just one, I guess, minutia point of clarification. We have no idea how many carcasses are collected. We know how many tons of deer waste are collected, but we have no idea how many carcasses. So, I mean, if you really want it to be an accurate measure, you're not going to say that we collected 433,000 carcasses. You're going to say we collected X number of tons. And there's no way, to back figure that. You can't say, well, the average carcass weighs this, and here's how many tons we got, so this is probably how many deer we got. You can't do that, because I've seen in our local dumpsters, I've seen everything from whole deer to, you know, where everything's boned out, and that's what's in there. So, you know, I think you have to express what you're collecting, and you're really not counting carcasses, you're counting tons of waste.
Mm-hmm.
So I wondered if this objective related to disposal of carcasses might be better off in the spread, to minimize the spread kind of question. That's seems to be where it's particularly valuable.
Thanks, Mike. I just noticed that Mandy has her hand raised, so just wanted to make sure you have a chance to speak. Or Amanda, excuse me.
No problem. I just wanted to agree with Mike, because no one's counting those carcasses that go in the deer carcass dumpster. And if you look at them, they're all ranging from full carcasses. I think there's some roadkill that end up in my dumpster on site. That, you know, some people are really good at cleaning their carcasses off, and some are not good at all. There's cardboard boxes in their bags. And so tons is going to be the best measurement you have, but you're going to have to somehow take into account all those bags and boxes and all those things that hunters use to process their deer that they just throw into the carcass dumpster with their carcass.
Yeah, this is Mandy. I agree with what Amanda just said, and I was going to add to this before as well, is that while the deer carcass dumpsters, the purpose of them is solely just for deer carcass waste and shouldn't be anything else. Sometimes there's other items disposed of, sometimes things like bags and boxes. There's also water weight, snow weight, things like that that can elevate the amount of tons that are disposed of. So just to, I guess, make the point without dragging this out, is just it can be an estimate for the tonnage that's reported. It won't be an accurate amount. And then even that further is that if a hunter does harvest a positive deer and chooses to dispose of a carcass, or the meat for that matter, in the dumpster, we don't really have an accurate count of how many positive carcasses or pieces of a positive deer are disposed of in the dumpsters. We'll know that if somebody tells us where they disposed of it, but otherwise that's not really anything that's even trackable.
Yeah, I think this is a good discussion. I think we have some good information here, and I'll try to update this with some additional points related to what y'all have said. I think another important thing to remember is still that the model can tell us how many deer are going to be, you know, the model can changes in the number of carcasses collected. So this is a good example of one that maybe we can't monitor specifically, or this isn't the right metric for monitoring, but at least for our modeling and evaluating various plans, we can actually predict the number of carcasses collected.
Jen, I see that Eric has his hand raised.
Okay, yeah, Eric, and then we'll move on to the next point of discussion.
Mandy actually said everything I pretty much was going to say. I just raised the hand before she ended up saying it. So thank you, Mandy.
Mandy's on it. All right, so let's see. I'm looking up. I have a point on beefing up the science part. I think we'll revisit that within our discussion on alternatives, because I think that's kind of where we're maybe a gap that we haven't addressed yet. Is we have some actions in that comprehensive list of ways to beef up science, but maybe we have a separate discussion on that during the alternatives section as well, if there's anything additional that hasn't been incorporated into the actions in the appendix list. How are we doing on time, Kurt? Do we need to take a break, or do we have time for one more discussion item?
We have time for another discussion item.
Okay, great. All right, the last one is there's been quite a bit of discussion on carcasses, like minimizing the potential for CWD to spread from deer farms to wild deer. And we've had some of this discussion before, and I'm just gonna remind everybody, let's keep it civil again. And I think that so the reason it was not incorporated at this level here at the objectives is because it's another means of minimizing prevalence and spatial distribution. But that does not minimize the importance of considering it and talking about if there are actions for minimizing probability of spread. So what I would propose is adding that into our additional notes, that actions that would minimize that potential of spread should also be considered, and then there can be actions for affecting that parameter in the model, for example. But I'll go ahead and open it up if there's any further discussion on that item.
Just a clarification, you sort of, what you said confused me because you seemed to say that somehow the deer farms were part of the modeling effort. Did I misunderstand what you meant?
Oh, yeah, that's a good point of clarification. So the farms are not explicitly accounted for in the model at this time, and it's something we've heard a lot of interest in and potentially could be something we talked about in years 2 and 3 of the project, but given time constraints, that's just not something that's doable within the current modeling framework.
I guess I'd like to ask Mike Samuel, what kind of things do you think deer farms should be doing to help minimize the risk that we aren't already doing?
Well, Lori, I'm not an expert here, but I think deer farms that are positive should be depopulated. That's what we used to do, and we don't do that anymore. We now have some deer farms that have way more, over 100 positive animals been taken off of them. That seems to me it's a source of environmental contamination as well as a risk to the wild deer. I think the data seems to suggest that a lot of counties, maybe as many as 20 counties now, we've detected CWD, and where that's been, the first detection has been in a game farm. I think biosecurity is a huge issue. I don't know what's done on the farms at this point. I have to assume ignorance there, but if we deal with other agricultural operations, for example, poultry farms and high path avian influenza, the biosecurity regulations are pretty strict in terms of what goes in and what goes out and how it's disinfected and all those things. So I think there's a lot of potentially things that could be done to improve those kind of operations. Obviously, moving live deer around is a risk issue potentially. We know dog escapes have been documented in game farms. I'm not trying to lay blame on any of the operators. I'm just saying it happens. Accidents happen, animals escape. So, there are risks associated with it. It would be useful if we had an idea of how much that risk is. I don't think we have a good handle on that at this point, Lori.
Well, I could answer a lot of those questions, but I don't think this is the time or place. But I'll put something together for you, Mike.
That would be, I'd like to see that, but I'd like to see the data rather than opinion.
Well, we do have, when a positive facility is allowed to stay in business, there is strict decontamination in our quarantines. So it's all outlined. It's not anything that we can't validate.
All right, great, thank you. So I am hearing that there is some input, that there is interest from the committee for further research or exploration into potential risks or into identifying the magnitude of risk. Does anybody else have any comments concerning this section or this topic? All right. So I think we've made it through everybody, right, Christine? And all of our topics that I had identified. But if there's something I've missed, here's the time. You know, I want to give us a few more minutes if there's anything else anybody wants to address concerning the goal statement and objectives. And if not, then we'll move forward and get into the alternative section of the discussion.
Jen, I'm sorry. I had one more thing that I neglected in my previous comments on 1C.
1C, got it.
Risk of spread to wild elk. The metric is the probability of transmission of CWD to wild elk. Could you clarify how that's going to be accomplished? It's not. I'm not saying it's not possible. It's just not clear to me how you could determine what the probability of transmission is to wild elk.
Excellent question. And this is one that was changed because of some of the ambiguity in the previous proximity metric. And so this one, elk aren't explicit in the current modeling since it's not spatially explicit. But our plan is to actually tie that. We're not going to estimate the exact probability, but at least we can give a relative probability. And we would be assuming if CWD is increasing in prevalence and spatial distribution, especially spatial distribution, that's going to lead to a greater increase in the risk of spread to elk. So we're happy to make some assumptions, but it's the best we can do with our current framework.
So do you envision like a scale of 1 to 5 kind of thing, or do you envision actually a quantitative value here?
Yeah, I think right now we're going to have to do something coarse, not specifically the 1 to 5, but the positives and negatives and the 0 for status quo like we had in our previous consequences table.
I'd like to follow up to that one, and that's in messaging. So we were told that there's a program in place for errant elk on the landscape, for taking them off the landscape out of the CWD area, where we went to an informational meeting and asked about the elk traversing through Fond du Lac County, and we're given a different message that we only monitor their activities and only look to take them off the landscape if they look like they're under ill health. And so that's our concern as far as the elk's capability of moving on the landscape as they traverse through different areas of how, and I understand the problem of controlling. But again, to be consistent with if we're going to take them off the landscape to reduce the potential of spread, just to make sure that we're on the same messaging.
Yeah, thank you, Jerome. And from the input that we got from you and others related to this topic, we have included in the actions like regulations or protocols for elk traversing landscape and going through potentially CWD positive areas as an action item. So we're definitely capturing that. And yeah, if there's anything additional that we need to include in the input document related to that, please let us know. All right. Last chance for now on goal statement and objectives. Is everybody okay moving forward to alternatives?
This is Travis. I was looking at number 7, ensure effective communication, collaboration with tribes and partner agencies. We have a metric for communication, but we haven't really touched on what the collaboration would look like or how we'd measure it.
Yeah, that's a good point, Travis. So maybe we need to build in a little bit time in the alternatives discussion to discuss both actions related to 7 and 8. Would that help?
Yep, thanks.
Do you think that would be appropriate? Yep, thank you. All right, Kurt, do you want to take a break before we move to alternatives?
Yep, I think that would be good. So why don't we do our 5-minute coffee break now, and we'll come back at 10:50.
Great.
All right, see you all in a bit. All right, I see we're sitting at 10:50. I think I started the break probably midway through in 10:45, so keep people a couple seconds here, but get rolling here very shortly. All right, I think coffee break is over. So for our next portion of the agenda, staying on the input document, but focusing on the alternative plans that we worked on since the last meeting. And with that, Christine is going to start that portion for us.
Sorry, Kurt, we're actually going to stay for a minute with the input document and the objectives, I think, and I'll leave it to Jen for just a couple more minutes. We were chatting over the break, so we'll do that before I jump into discussing alternatives.
Excellent.
Yep, and we're specifically going to talk about objectives 7 and 8. So we're going to talk about what does it look like to use best science, and also what does it look like to effectively communicate and collaborate. So let's go ahead and start with the communication collaboration piece first. And I think I'll just open it up, give people a few minutes, and then we can also use the roll call to make sure everybody has an opportunity to speak. So raise your hand if I don't see you, but I've stopped sharing my screen just so we can have an organic kind of unstructured conversation about this. Maybe I'll kick it over to you first, Travis, for the communication collaboration.
Sure. Well, I mean, this says tribes and partner agencies, so would that include like DATCAP? And
yes,
is that correct? Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, I guess I don't know exactly what it would look like either, because the tribes aren't really in a position to have an army of biologists and technicians out there to be doing a lot of active, management related activities. We can do some, but it's fairly limited. So I think it would have to involve some discussions about capacity and, what resources the tribes have available to help collaborate on these issues. So I think that I kind of feel like that would be an entirely separate discussion between the state and the tribes, and the state and like an intertribal agency like LIFWIC.
Okay, so I'm writing down that there's a desire for some discussions to better outline what collaborations could look like between tribes and the state.
Yeah, that sounds like a good note. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you. I think this is important. And I see Brittany has her hand raised. Brittany?
Yeah, I would agree with what Travis has said. I know right now we do work with the regional DNR biologists to get our sampling done. So, but that's kind of the extent of our collaboration right now.
Now, this is Andy at Red Cliff. I think this is one again where I think the communication part of it leads to the collaboration. And, from my perspective here at Red Cliff, I think with CWD at least, there have been pretty open lines of communication, and I hope that continues forward. And to me, that, again, the communication will lead to the collaboration if it's occurring. And I also don't think it's fair, for DNR to necessarily have a metric in their plan that would penalize them should they reach out to the tribes and tribes for whatever reason decide not to participate. So, if you reach out to all the tribes in the state and only 2 of them want to work with you, I don't see that as DNR's fault that that you get an F in that case instead of a B because only 2 people decided that they wanted to work back with you. So, I understand where Travis is coming from as well. The collaboration is a little bit different than just communication, but to me, the communication there is the key that would lead to all of it.
Okay, so it sounds like, at least what I'm hearing is that the communication is currently pretty good, but that there's hope for more actionable collaboration. Is that a correct bullet?
Yeah, it's kind of hard to generalize the communication across the board because I think Abby Fergus from Bad River, in her comments, she brought up the fact that some of the communication goes directly to tribal leadership, and that doesn't always make it down to staff in the natural resources department at tribes if they have one. And so I think there are definitely ways that communication can be improved, but I think that would involve probably setting up a separate meeting more directly between the DNR and tribal interests.
Okay.
I'd like to make a comment on communication.
Sure.
There's an assumption that NACAP runs the deer farms, but it's no different than the DNR doesn't run the wildlife groups or private groups that are out there. So in that, the deer associations are open for collaboration. We're independent farmers. We're just regulated by DACAP under licensed service and the rules of the road of maintaining a farm operation, the same way the DNR has that jurisdiction for oversight and operating through their formal processes. And so the collaboration expectations is, I think, restricted in a way through the formality of DNR and or DACAP, but I just wanted to let you know to all the stakeholders that we're open to collaboration of understanding the educational on both sides of the fence to help work towards a common goal. And the common goal that we all have is nobody wants CWD, but at the same time, we're open to working towards those goals. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Jerome. I think that that sentiment's really appreciated. All right, is there anything else that any member of the committee wants to include and input concerning collaboration and communication?
Yeah, this is Mike Riggle. In the past, I've been involved in these other, trying to put metrics together and spending a lot of time on metrics on how we're collaborating and stuff, I think is probably not the best. I mean, in the past, the DNR has reached out when, after the last plan, they developed a memorandum of understanding and stuff with I know national groups and things like this. And I think having that, written in the plan that they're going to, and I think it brought up a good, Travis brought up a good point that, having a memorandum of understanding, how is the communications going to take place? If it's just going to take place, with tribal leaders, well, yeah, that's probably not effective. But having, sit down and saying, okay, what are our avenues of communications going to be? Have them sit down, have a meeting, decide how that communication is going to exist, and you're done. You don't need to measure it with a metric as how many meetings you had or whatever else, but have it so that you have everybody is singing off the same sheet. and you get it as part of your plan that you've developed this understanding on how you're going to communicate, and then, you know, move on. Having, you know, trying to establish metrics so that you can, you know, check the box. We had 3 meetings this year. I mean, that to me, that's kind of a waste of time and effort. You know, get your communication set up, have an understanding with each one of your you know, groups, and in this case, I guess we're kind of dealing with mostly with the tribes, and get it set up so that, you know, everybody is communicating nice, and you know, so that it's in a useful manner, and move on.
All right, thanks, Mike. Does everybody agree with that, or we feel comfortable with you know, what we've outlined here, with the need for further meetings beyond this to establish communication plans? All right, not hearing anything else. So let's go ahead and move on to the science discussion. Let's see. Yeah, what does the committee want to provide as input to the DNR concerning improving or ensuring the use of science?
Jen, let me read you the 2 bullets I sort of wrote down in response to that particular item. The first is to establish a scientific advisory committee to help help interpret new science and advise on potential management actions. And the second is to fund priority research designed to address CWD plan goals, to monitor management actions, and to use adaptive management to improve and enhance actions.
Yeah, that sounds good. I think you've sent that to us, so I'll make sure we include it. Any reactions to what Mike put forward, or any additions?
Hey, Jen, this is Kip Adams. I agree with Mike. I think it's important for everybody to recognize, particularly from the management side of that, or what those actions are. Science will never carry the day on CWD or any other issue, you know, relative to wildlife management, simply because there's so much emotion involved. And there's a lot that we don't know about the disease, but even if we did know everything, there's a lot that we know right now, and there are management actions we should be taking that just simply are not happening for a variety of reasons. So I think science is very important here, but I echo Mike's concern relative to the management strategies part of this. Science has to help inform which strategies are advanced. I think, but it's important for folks to know that it will not carry the day, but it is extremely important to make sure that we can develop good management strategies, and then be able to follow through with those. You know, let the science guide us, but we have to be looking or thinking of this bigger picture than just letting the science dictate.
Yeah, all excellent points. I got into decision science for all of those reasons.
So Jen, this is Jeff Pritzel. As I understand it, I mean, both of these items, I think, come out of a compelling feeling that they need to be acknowledged. But in this SDM process that you're introducing us to, you know, that says right up front that if it's in here, it's got to be measurable. And so how do you acknowledge these items we're trying to address in 7 and 8 and stay true to SDM at the same time? Does that mean we should be describing them differently, or in a different, or putting them in a different place in the document?
Yeah, so I think that, you know, we can treat them differently, and that, you know, I think they're essential. In other words, that any effective plan needs to have actions or to specifically address both of these topics. And so maybe these aren't areas where we have specific metrics. You know, I think we've already heard a lot of cases and examples of how these are difficult to measure, using like a traditional metric of like number of meetings. That doesn't really get at the essence of what I'm hearing people want as far as these objectives go. So I think we don't worry about the metrics as much, but we just make sure that we have narrative around, you know, what these mean to the committee members and what types of actions or what actions the committee is interested in seeing the DNR considered to meet these important objectives. Does that help, Jeff?
Yeah, thanks. Yep. I'm just trying to learn about and be a proficient at SDM as possible.
We can have many more meetings, Jeff. I'll meet with you any day.
Jennifer, I'd like to make a comment.
Sure.
To my earlier comment about what a disease is, and to Mike's comment about forming a scientific working group to take this forward, you know, the deer industry has done an awful lot of research behind the fence that, again, we have approached the DNR and DACCAP and have been refuted in not following that type of research into the underlying or underpinning aspects of what CWD really is. And so in that, it's working with all the stakeholders through the communications moving forward, because I understand, you know, both DACCAP and DNR do have their restrictions, whether it's legislative or statutory or whichever. But private industry always seems to be able to work things a little bit quicker. And I think we have a lot to offer and benefit the wildlife groups as well as our farmers as we look forward in the scientific discoveries. And we can only do that through open communications without the politics of state level things. But I understand your restrictions too for what this document is, but I just wanted to make sure that, you know, we are independent people, private people, we do fund our own research. And I have personally reached out the last 3-4 years to both agencies for USDA dollars, but yet it goes on deaf ears. But anyways, my 2 cents.
Yeah, thanks, Jerome. Important points.
This is Andy again at Red Cliff. I think another key piece that always needs to be remembered when talking about science and, you know, is how we communicate that to the public. You know, that's something that even as a person that's trained in natural resource management, you know, a lot of this stuff can get pretty complex and your brain starts to wonder when you start talking about confidence intervals and modeling. And it's good that all that's underlying the data that's being presented, but the way that data is presented a lot of times really makes a big influence on how well people take it to heart and determining their future actions. So just, it's nothing that any of us on this committee aren't aware of, but, you know, it is important, I think, how that message is brought forth.
Yeah, couldn't agree more.
I think there's a component too, just of challenging our assumptions. I think there's a ton of assumptions that we have going into the model and a lot of the science that's out there. And I think just even from the public comment standpoint, there's so much stuff across the board where a lot of it we kind of just push off into the education bucket. But I think what the public is saying in a lot of those cases is challenge some of your assumptions. I think some of those assumptions might be wrong. And I'll give you a anecdotal example. Winnebago County this year is the first year that we're in CWD impacted county. So we went into a feeding and baiting ban. I can tell you going into that season, I actually on my own property put in some additional food plot and habitat restoration projects in, just from that simple fact that I knew that that was going into place. This year, I doubled my deer herd in 1 year. And I look at that and go, okay, well, if I'm not going to address that, that's going to create some unique challenges to the process. And it almost exasperates the problem, right? Because now you got deer concentrating even into a smaller area versus having those family groups, you know, dispersed out on the landscape. So part of me is looking at that going, is that baiting and feeding ban actually helping us, or is it actually hurting us from the standpoint? I get you don't want to concentrate deer, but deer are naturally going to concentrate anyway. And if you take away some of those additional food sources, you consolidate them even more. And so I'm not even debating the baiting piece of it, but yet there's a component of it where we get the opposite reaction of what we want to have happen on the landscape by making certain actions. And I think some of that we have to challenge some of those assumptions and get better data across the board to kind of be able to get better buy-in from the public.
Yeah, Justin, good points. I think that the transparency bit is really important. And as you're reviewing the input document too, call us out. We're trying to incorporate model assumptions and some sensitivity analyses to evaluate some of those uncertainties and like you said, challenge the assumptions. So just, I think, good points, and we'll also try to make sure that we capture that in the input document.
This is Lori. I'd like to reiterate what he just said. I was in the logging industry for 25 years, and we saw firsthand in the winter, whenever we were doing logging jobs, you'd have up to 200 animals coming in the evening to eat off the trees that were cut. So, eliminating beating and feeding isn't stopping these animals from congregating, and actually it's probably working just the opposite, just like you said. And then the other thing about eliminating baiting and feeding, when I read through the comments from the public, is I think when we want to engage the non-hunters, they enjoy feeding deer, and I think when they aren't able to enjoy that anymore, we're actually turning them off with CWD because they're not allowed to enjoy what they normally do. So I think it works in reverse.
Yeah, thank you, Lori. And certainly we will circle back around and do just that as far as looking at how baiting and feeding performs or affects results in the model. So we'll wait to talk more with Tom about that, because that is something that he's interested in modeling. All right, just for the sake of time, are there any other major things that people want to bring up? You can also, if you have comments that come to you later on these sections, you're also welcome to email them to myself and Kurt, and we'll integrate them as best as possible. Because otherwise, I'm going to go ahead and pass it over to Christine so she can walk through the steps that we took from taking your pre-work and translating them into new alternative plans. And give my voice a break. I think I'm losing it again.
Great. Hopefully all can see my screen.
Screen's coming through good.
Perfect. All right. Well, thanks so much, Jen. This slide that I have up here should hopefully look familiar. These are the alternative response plans that we presented to you at the last meeting. That was primarily as a starting point to start to think about how to evaluate trade-offs between some of the different objectives that we just spent time walking through. And so, what we want to do today is to talk through some of the updates that we went through related to these plans that you saw in the input document, if you got a chance to look through it, talk behind some of our thinking, and then pass it over to Tom to get into more detail of how those are modeled. So as a reminder, these original alternative response plans have basically two variables. One focusing on the geographic area, and then whether or not actions were primarily hunter-driven or actions didn't rely on voluntary hunter effort. So we had status quo, do nothing, a couple of plans that focus strictly on the endemic area, a couple on new foci, and two more on the leading edge. Apologize, having trouble with slide advancing like I seem to in all meetings. Okay, as Jen said, we really do appreciate your feedback. between last meeting and now, and did make some pretty significant adjustments to those models as a result. A couple of those major adjustments that we made was first to allow for resources to be allocated across different geographies within a plan. So rather than have a plan be limited to just one geographic area, what we've done now is to produce a set of plans that allows resources to be allocated across their areas. For example, in a plan, we could allocate 25% to the endemic area, 25% to the leading edge, and 50% to the new foci, just as an example of how those could be allocated. In addition to allowing a plan to address multiple geographies, we've also added this whole other dimension to our alternative response plans. And that is to specify how removals of deer would be targeted based on age and sex class. So if we look at this another way, this is the framework that we're currently working under. We have one dimension of our alternative response plans related to how resources are allocated geographically across our 3 areas. The second dimension on who carries out the actions, whether or not they're hunter-driven or whether or not they're actions that don't rely on voluntary hunter effort. And then that last and new dimension is which age and sex class of deer are targeted for removals. So that could be all bucks, young bucks, mature bucks, does, or potentially all deer. And I did want to remind you all here that, again, we're still focusing on things that are within DNR authority, but there is that potential to add plans that are outside DNR authority to the input document and explore some of those through modeling with Ventana. So what we really want to do today, between this explanation and what you're going to see from Tom, is to set you up to provide feedback on those alternative response plans. And to do this, I'm going to walk through just a couple of examples of the alternative response plans. That full draft list of alternative plans is in the input document that you received prior to the meeting. We're not going to go through each and every one, but just a couple of examples to get you started. And then Tom is also going to explain how these qualitative, descriptive alternatives were implemented in the model. So we recognize that, there's, as we started to get into this discussion with some of the points that Justin brought up, these are qualitative, descriptive models that are in the input document. And Tom is going to walk you through explicitly how those were implemented, how these different alternatives were implemented in the model. So to start off, I wanted to walk through status quo using this lens of our 3 different dimensions. What does status quo look like? So status quo right now, we can think of the response as being allocated equally among the 3 geographic areas using primarily hunter-driven response. And response is currently targeting all deer regardless of sex and age class. So you see the 3 geographic areas here: endemic area, new foci, and leading edge, with resources allocated evenly between those 3 at 33%. All 3 areas have hunter-driven response actions, and all deer are targeted regardless of their sex and age class. So the input document then goes into some more specifics about what this might look like. And what it does look like for status quo. So in the endemic area, for surveillance, there's voluntary testing of deer, mandatory testing for surveillance permits. Response is through removal of deer through hunters, and prevention would be through disposal of removed deer in a baiting ban. And new foci in this case looks identical because, again, all deer are targeted. These are hunter-driven responses and 33% of resources. And the same thing with the leading edge. Voluntary testing of harvested deer, mandatory testing for surveillance areas, removal of deer through hunters, and then appropriate disposal of removed deer in a baiting ban. All right, now let's compare that status quo to what is listed in the input document as that first alternative plan. And this hypothetical plan, what it does is it allocates most of the effort or resources between new foci and the leading edge. And it uses strategies in those areas that do not rely on additional voluntary hunter effort. In the endemic area, this alternative plan would rely on a hunter-driven response with liberal harvest of all bucks. So let's go into a bit more detail. So for the endemic area, that's 10% of resources. It's a hunter-driven response and all bucks targeted. So what that looks like is, because we're only allocating 10% of resources, we would anticipate a somewhat reduced surveillance from the status quo. We would anticipate there'd be increased removal of all bucks through hunters using methods such as special permits, and prevention would likely be somewhat reduced, again, relative to status quo, because we are allocating less resources to the endemic area compared to status quo. New foci, on the other hand, if we allocate 45% of resources there, implement department-driven response actions and target all deer, that might look something like mandatory testing around new foci, targeted removal of all deer around new foci, regardless of age or sex class. And then under prevention, that might look something like increased disposal relative to status quo and a baiting ban. In the leading edge would look similar, 45% of resources, department-driven response. But in this case, young bucks would be targeted in this alternative response plan. So again, mandatory testing. Our response would target removal of young bucks in the leading edge, and we would expect prevention to increase somewhat relative to the status quo, because we'd have increased disposal, appropriate disposal of removed deer. So again, that's just walking through one alternative plan, and hopefully that helps to provide a little bit of insight as you look through the rest of the alternative plans. And we did want to just provide you as well a reminder of where we're headed again. And where we're headed is to get to this consequences table, where we have our alternative plans across the top, and working with Tom and Montana and National Wildlife Health Center to model how these alternatives perform on the different objectives you identified and the objectives that we walked through. At this point, I would turn it over to Tom to provide some updates on the modeling, including a discussion of how these plans were translated to various model inputs. But I think we could also pause for a moment here and see if there's any questions about what I've gone through in the last couple of minutes here. And Jennifer, Kurt, feel free to jump in if I missed anything.
Christine, I have a question, as you might expect.
Go ahead, Mike.
Could you clarify? So you've identified 3 different types of areas. First, could you clarify what you define as leading edge? Is that some level of prevalence that's been in DMUs or something like that? Secondly, could you clarify, when you talk about this plan and your allocation of resources, are you talking about all endemic areas having the same plan, and all leading edge areas having the same plan, and all new foci having the same plan, and all being done at once? I'm confused here a little bit about the extent and some of the definition.
Yeah, the extent, I'll probably ask Tom to answer that question. And I think we'll get into some of those specifics of how these plans were translated to model inputs in the latter part of this meeting. But with regards to your second question, yes, we are talking about, for example, this alternative plan 1 is talking about if we went forward in the fall, for example, with an alternative plan. We're talking about how existing resources would be allocated amongst these different geographies simultaneously. So the idea here is that status quo is allocating effort relatively evenly between these different geographies, and an alternative plan proposed by the committee might include that effort being allocated differently amongst these different geographies. Does that answer your second question a bit at least?
Yes, it does. So I have a follow-up. Since we don't know how to solve CWD, some of the actions that you're proposing, for example, targeting bucks, isn't this really an experimental action? And did you consider, for example, doing pilot studies on some of these actions in smaller areas that might be more easily to accomplish to show that they work or don't work in some of these areas, rather than trying to treat the whole area completely with something that we're not 100% sure is going to work yet? It's not been shown one way or the other.
Yeah, I think that's a really good question, Mike, and it's one advantage of collaborating and with this systems approach. One thing that Tom has done for us, and I think he'll be able to preview a little bit today or answer questions on, is to do some sensitivity analyses. So, we know that there's going to be, there's some limits to our knowledge right now about how certain actions might impact the objectives that you all laid out. So there's some variability in those. And the advantage is that, as new information becomes available, the model and this process can be adjusted and refined as a result to improve effectiveness. I don't know if Jen or Kurt, if you have anything to add to that.
I think that was well stated, Christine. I'll just add as Christine was saying, I'll just add on to it. These sensitivity analyses are also great for informing which pilot studies are going to help us better understand the system in the most informative way for management. So some of the pilot studies we may find in the modeling as we are exploring uncertainty and how various actions will affect those specific model parameters, if even within the uncertainty we know, if none of the if that said action doesn't influence CWD dynamics in any appreciable way, then that highlights that pilot project shouldn't be a top priority or even done at all, and that we should shift focus and do the pilot projects that have the most potential to help us meet our objectives. So we're really excited about this tool.
This is Tom. If I could jump in with a thought from the modeling perspective, we can do a lot of sensitivity analysis, and actually we've been working on automating that, but there are some things where we don't even know what the appropriate ranges are to put on the parameters that we're going to vary in the sensitivity analysis. So just for example, the baiting and feeding ban idea, does a baiting and feeding ban reduce contacts by 10% or 30%, or as people were just suggesting, does it actually just move concentration somewhere else so it's counterproductive? The literature is pretty clear that there is a beneficial effect to avoiding concentration, but it doesn't push all the way back to kind of the policy end of the interpretation of that parameter, and that's what we need for the model. So from the modeling perspective, doing some pilot studies or other kinds of experiments, or finding natural experiments where there's variation across the landscape, would be super informative for what we're trying to accomplish. It would resolve some of the key uncertainties in areas like baiting and feeding and carcass movement and things like that.
Fair enough to use the model to identify potential pilot pilot actions that might be the most effective. But what I was trying to get at is, putting them on the ground, and are they going to work? Are you going to be able to get people to target bucks, for example? Are you going to be able to get people, and how effective is that going to be? It's one thing to say, here's what might work. The science says some things, the modeling might expand on some of that, but it's another thing to actually put it in place and see if it works. I mean, I think that's what all the states and provinces who have CWD are kind of struggling with now is, what do we do? What's likely to work? And, how do we show that it'll work or not? That's the kind of experimental or pilot studies I was trying to get at, is what you really put on the landscape.
I totally agree. And the model might have a role in that. If you can use the model to identify something that looks like it has potential, then try it in the real world and use the model, or at least statistics inspired by the model, to kind of track the outcome. If you didn't get what you thought you were going to get from the modeling, then you know that you've got some work to do.
Well, I guess with sort of the thing I'm trying to get at as well is it seems like there are things that, either based on science or what we know about deer ecology, et cetera, and what the model might help inform as well. Aren't there pilot studies that could be done in all three of these areas that might help us? They're very different types of problems, right? Or fairly different types of problems anyway, that might help us solve CWD in all these three areas, or we at least should investigate. And would we be better off to do some pilot studies in each of those, rather than to try to do something across the entire area that's affected under those definitions?
Yeah, excellent points there. I see Eric also has his hand raised, but let me respond to you real quick. I don't think these have to be mutually exclusive, and we likely should consider implementing pilot studies, but we can't do them in every spatial unit in each of these geographies. So maybe this is, pilot studies aside, what's the best approach for these three areas? And then also, additionally, we need pilot studies to improve our knowledge of the system and better inform how we're managing.
And before we switch to Eric, I think it's important, the first part of Mike's question was about how these areas were set up within the model, and I know Tom can answer that. And just one important thing to note, that these definitions here are not the same that are used in like maps that you'd see produced by the DNR or anything like that. So these are model specific definitions that Tom can explain.
Yeah, Eric.
Yeah, my question was actually kind of regarding these definitions and the flexibility of the model. And we just talked a lot about flexibility here, but there's obviously definitions associated with each of these areas to determine which counties fall into them and what values then go to that section. But is, as time progresses and we implement things, we're going to see hopefully things that are working and things that are not working. And counties can probably, transition from one definition to the other. Does the table have the ability to be flexible with that, like over time, or does the model have the ability to be flexible with that we can, 10 years go by and now, there's an extra couple counties that are by definition considered endemic. Can we adjust with that as time goes on, or vice versa? Counties pulled from one area?
From a modeling standpoint, it's possible. I'll talk about this a little later, but there's definitely some awkwardness to the selection of counties as a geographic unit. On the one hand, they make a lot of sense because they correspond more or less with the management units, but at the same time, they're just too big. The more natural granularity for disease management is the township or the section. just because there can be a lot of variation across the county, especially a new or leading edge area. But we could certainly update things, and I think we'd want to update things down the road in order to essentially reclassify some of the geography. But there are definitely aspects of that problem that have eluded us so far.
Okay, I said county, but I guess whatever the determine the geographic area is, I guess you just said that we can update that as time goes on. So that was, I guess, my question.
Sure.
Dan?
Sorry. Yeah, I'm sorry if this is a dumb question, but when we're talking about the pilot studies, is that meant to be within the simulation model, or are you talking about like actual field pilot studies or experimental management treatments?
Are you asking me?
Yeah, or whoever was, it was a discussion with you and yeah, Jen and Tom. So yeah, just some clarification there.
Well, I'm definitely talking about things that work in the field. I think the model can help identify potential actions that might be more effective than others, but I don't think we really know how that's going to work unless we put them into practice, and hopefully with some kind of replication. So we do it in more than one area, and preferably with controls, and then we do it well and monitor the results and see what we learn and see what works and see what maybe we can improve on.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense to me. I was just getting clarification as to what that was, what y'all meant by that, but thanks a lot.
Yeah, I think the input document has room for, considering these plans that are broad strategies, but then also input from committee members to the DNR on the most informative pilot projects that should be considered.
And I think this also raises another point that we're still grappling with a little bit, that the budget or resource implications of a control strategy in different areas might vary a lot. So, for example, if you want to do pilot sharpshooting in the kind of the core endemic area, highly infected county, you'd have to do a pretty big geography, because if you don't, then infected deer from the next section over are just going to flood back in, and you wouldn't be very successful at measuring what you accomplished. Whereas if you did it in one of the new foci, the sparks off in a remote area, you could do a much more targeted geography. So you could have kind of the same scale of effect for a much smaller budget, and probably sort of the amount that you learn per dollar spent would be much greater. And I don't think the scenarios as they're now implemented in the model fully reflect that trade-off.
All right, Jerome, you have your hand up.
Yes, could we benefit from what Mike was looking at and what Tom has the capability of doing in modeling? That if, let's say you took the geographic area of Iowa County, took the geographic area of a leading edge to the confines of what Sandhill is as your control. Because you have all large 3 geographic areas that you'd be able to run the modeling in those populations of what's known through the Southwest study for what's known as data collected already. And it'd be easy enough in Sandhill to be able to collect, because they're behind the fence, that type of data for your control. But then you also have your leading edge leading up between those 2 locations. I'm just saying there's a lot of data that's available already that could be modeled to help Mike in understanding those potentials of making a model. That's it.
Yeah, certainly, and we'll continue to present additional scenarios as we're working with Tom on some of these model inputs. But let's go ahead, Tom. Looks like we're ready for you to take over.
Okay, let me just pull up the appropriate screen here. Okay, hopefully you can see a screen with a plot showing the three areas.
Yep.
And actually, let me just mention. So as we look at the constructing the plans basically have these three dimensions. Who does what? Is it DNR led or hunter led? The model's actually mostly agnostic about that. You know, the model has parameters or controls in it that describe, say, what fraction of the antlerless deer population is harvested per year, or what fraction of the bucks are taken and so forth. In the model, there isn't really a strong distinction between whether that's done by a sharpshooter or a hunter, although there are some features that point to that. So that's mostly a decision on the inputs you feed into the model. There are some things that, for example, DNR sharpshooters could do that hunters couldn't or wouldn't do. On the where dimension, we've identified kind of three broad geographies: endemic, leading edge, and new foci. And as Kurt pointed out, the terminology here doesn't quite correspond with the sort of the endemic study areas that are on the DNR sampling map that you can find on the website. So be a little cautious with that. And then the what dimension is the individual policies in the model. Do you target bucks or does? How many samples do you take per year in a township? Can you change the contact rate by modifying congregation of deer through a baiting and feeding ban or some other measure? Are carcasses left on the landscape or picked up, things like that. These are the dimensions of the 7 new plans. And then we go through a process of translating them. And actually, before I lay that out, let me go back to this question of geography. So if you look at the geographic buckets, we basically took the county level data on fraction positive and used it to just make some cuts according to prevalence, or actually not prevalence, fraction positive in the areas. So fraction positive, as we discussed before, should be correlated with prevalence, but there's some unknown biases pushing in both directions such that the true prevalence might be different than the fraction positive. But so we made a cut at 5% just because there was a natural gap in the series, and that resulted in relatively balanced geographic areas. The leading edge then is defined as areas that are, or counties that are adjacent to the endemic with at least some positives detected. And then the new foci are areas with a few positives, but isolated geographically from the endemic area. And then a lot of the state is in a fourth bucket that we don't model, which is the undetected areas. So if you look at these are some summary statistics for the areas in those different categories. So if you look at the endemic areas, about 14% of the state, the leading edge is 10%, and the new foci are 16%, and the other 59% is undetected. And prevalence varies essentially by orders of magnitude. So it's about, fraction positive is about 20% in the endemic area, 2% in the leading edge, and 0.2% in the new foci. But again, if you look at the individual counties, or even within the endemic area in particular, there's a lot of variation in fraction positive. So it's a fairly heroic aggregation. There's some other systematic differences. Deer density varies, and interestingly is somewhat correlated with fraction positive. The testing is more intense in the endemic area. So you can see that as both fraction of harvested deer tested and the samples per township. And most of the positive deer, again, estimating the positive deer very crudely by multiplying fraction positive by the post-hunt population estimate from SAK models, it looks like most of the positives are in the endemic area. But in the future, most of the growth is going to be in the leading edge because the endemic area is, at least in some counties, approaching saturation, it appears. So there's some differences in the key features, and then each area also has some kind of typical trends. So one obvious trend is exponential growth of infection, which is fairly consistent. It's a consistent feature of all infected areas, but actually if you back up again to this chart, it is interesting that there is quite a bit of variation in that. So you can see counties that were at say 1.5% in 2004, and one of them, I think this is Sauk, is now at 28% or 29%. But another one, and I don't remember which one it is only at 18%. So there's some unexplained variation in growth rates across counties, which could be due to measurement issues. It could be due to natural conditions. It could be due to policy. We just don't know. But the other interesting thing about kind of the environment in these areas is that they show a lot of commonality in trends in both deer density and harvest behavior. So the one of the key features that actually has to be in the model to get it to calibrate right is that the harvest rates, so this is the harvest divided by the I think the post-hunt deer population, is gradually declining, and that I think that's about a 2% per year decline. So presumably that's responsible for the increase in post-hunt deer density, and it also means that if there were any tendency for the population to collapse from increasing mortality from CWD, that's offset by decreasing mortality from hunting, which permits stable or increasing populations. So that's kind of the backdrop. And then using that, going back to the dimensions, we have to, so that's the geography piece. Then we have to translate the other two dimensions into inputs to the model, run the model, generate outputs, and turn that into a contingency table. So here's how that's going to work. And actually, let me pause for a minute. Are there any questions on the geography aspect?
I just have a comment, Tom, that one of the reasons there may be differences between the counties in terms of their acceleration rate is that the disease got there to just be in a different, their prevalence rates may not have reached the same levels yet because of that.
Right. So I could also just in infection models in general, there's a lot of random variation in the kind of the future evolution of the disease based on kind of which subgroups of the population the disease got into to begin with. Some are more strongly connected to other group, so if it, for example, if a group of infected deer wander into a new township or a new county, a lot depends simply on luck of how socially connected they are to the other deer that exist in that area and whether there are natural barriers, rivers or whatnot. So a lot of it could just be natural random variation. In the data on hunting, we don't see big differences in level of effort across these areas that would explain what's going on. And I'm not aware of other policy differences, but it's certainly an area that's ripe for further inquiry.
Hi, Tom, this is Lindsay. I guess I have a question on the table as well regarding the non-detected areas. I think we discussed it before that our surveillance plans are rotational, and so certain counties are not going to have the same effort annually. So the way this looks now with the number of deer tested and things like that might be completely different if you look at where the surveillance efforts were actually being addressed that year.
Oh, is that true? Does the rotation happen with township granularity or county granularity?
It's county, but townships are within those counties.
Sure, yeah. But so what you're saying is that all the townships in a given county would vary in the same direction in a given year, for example. So my guess is that would have the potential to change the map a little bit. I don't think it would change the evolution over time in these areas, but that's a good caveat that I probably haven't thought enough about. So thanks.
Tom, I had a question.
Please.
So given the alternative one and looking at reallocation of resources, if that was to be an action plan, it seems that the current positive counties have averaged about 540 tests per county, whereas the non-detected counties are averaging only about 154. Does the model have the capability of predictability that if you did an average of 500 across those counties of where the spread of CWD might be predictable?
It would certainly give you a lot more information in these new foci areas. So the detection threshold appears to be pretty high to us in some of these areas, at least if you're looking at a township level. So more surveillance in either the undetected or the new foci would do a lot for detection. On the other hand, there's an awful lot of area to cover. So then.
But I'm looking at also that in trying to stay on top of new foci, that if a county typically, let's say if it just had one detection, let's say Wood County, but yet the surveillance stays at, that 154, let's say, is that average. What part of the action plan would want to increase that surveillance to look at a true number of what the infectivity might be in that new foci area or a leading edge area?
In the just thinking about that from the way the model behaves, the leading edge probably wouldn't benefit from it very much, just because the infection, at 2%, you're kind of above the detection level. And so it's well understood what's going on. On the other hand, in the new foci, it might reveal quite a bit of new infection, which would certainly be useful to know about, at least. But of course, sampling by itself doesn't really do anything. The key question is, do you, after the detection, do you then follow up with measures that meaningfully influence future prevalence? And there's some things that sort of kick in a circuit breaker fashion, baiting and feeding bans and things like that, and more testing. But if you're not going to follow it up with a bunch of additional harvest or bigger reductions in contact among deer or something like that, then it's not clear that it's going to have a big influence on the future evolution of prevalence in that area that you discovered.
And I was looking at it also from a point of hunter satisfaction, that with the increased surveillance would get a buy-in from hunter satisfaction for testing at that higher level, which would help in that human dimension aspects as well.
Right, and I guess that's thinking about it a different way, as tests as a service to hunters. I would imagine there's some tension there, and feel free to comment on this idea that the place people are going to be most interested in testing is in the endemic area, where they're interested in knowing if the deer they just took is positive or not. And that in the new foci, or the undetected area, where the chance of getting a positive deer is certainly well below 1%, the perceived risk is going to be pretty low. So I don't know that hunters would see a lot of value in that testing, which may, of course, be kind of self-fulfilling, because if hunters don't see value in the testing, they don't bring you the samples, and then you don't find out about the positives, and the idea that there is not much infection around can persist longer than it would otherwise.
I think these are some really good points on, very focused testing and kind of the human dimensions related to it. But with getting close to lunch, Tom,
so
gonna ask you, how much time do you feel you need to set up for the afternoon? Because we can push into lunch a little bit. If some more time would be helpful to set up, then we can get rolling in the afternoon.
Let me just walk through the translation from the model of the tables, and then we can actually look at the model after lunch and kind of see how this actually works in practice. So we've got these dimensions, and the model has a list of controls that need to be populated. So to characterize a particular plan, I started with the text description of the plan, which covered what fraction of the resources go to different areas, what activities are conducted, surveillance, sharpshooting, things like that, and who's doing it. Is it the hunters or the DNR, and are they targeting bucks or antlerless or all deer? So these things have corresponding parameters in the models. The table on the left is the text description of the plan, and the table on the right is my template for generating inputs to the model. So the model has inputs like amount of antlerless harvest, young bucks, old bucks, targeting infected deer only, which is kind of a hypothetical that allows you to enrich the harvest the way sharpshooters can do by specific geographic or demographic targeting. It has contact reduction, the amount of testing you do per township, and then a couple of behavioral things. What's the chance that if someone gets a positive deer, they'll eat it anyway? What's their processing and handling risk? You know, are they wearing rubber gloves in the field? Things like that. What fraction of carcasses go into a landfill versus getting left on the landscape? And a critical one is actually, when do you start? Because, you know, since the disease is growing exponentially, delaying your intervention means that every year of delay means the disease has gained another 25 or 30% on you. To make these conversions, essentially I created an all-in maximum possible effort in every jurisdiction plan, and then I scaled it according to the percentage effort allocations. So in this case, the leading edge gets 45% of resources. So that means the harvest goes up from 30% of the deer population on a year 2000 basis to it's like 39%. But the end point of that kind of maximum effort is at present somewhat arbitrary. So actually that's something I'd like to talk about after lunch when we work with the model, is how far do we really think we can move the needle on these things? If for example, as the human dimensions research shows, the average hunter takes 1.6 deer and wants 1.8 deer, then if you're at least constrained by their ideal, you could only really increase the harvest by about 10-12%. And maybe even if you sort of incentivize them a little more, you could get that to 25%, but probably doubling the harvest, at least through hunter efforts, is not in the cards. So that's really a key question in one respect, is how much can you move the needle on these things and what incentives would it take to do it? And the model doesn't represent all of that. Nevertheless, we made some baseline assumptions. We then take those numbers and we repeated that across all the plans. We then plug it into the model. We run the model, and the model generates a set of trajectories for every variable. So we know prevalence, the number of healthy deer, the amount of sampling that happens, how many carcasses end up in the landfill. We have lots of metrics in the model, and all of them are fully populated from year 2000 to the present to 2050. And then to generate a contingency table, we essentially take a time slice. And so far we've been using 2030, but there's some good arguments for pushing that out or looking at both. So the contingency table that comes out of that is this chart with this table with the heat map down at the bottom right, which indicates the outcome across a variety of metrics. Then there's one more step to get to the final contingent or the final consequences table, which is that there are a bunch of things that are in the objectives and sub-objectives and metrics that are not in the model. And so there's some aspects of the consequence table that need to be populated with either some interpretation of the model results or stakeholder input or expert judgment in order to let you fill in the final pluses, minuses, and zeros that characterize the outcome. And then, of course, we don't just do this once. We've done this several times already. So we're continuously iterating to refine what goes into the model in order to make it more informative for the endpoint in the consequence table. Just one more point about there's the mapping. So if you look at the various dimensions of the plan, each of those can then be mapped to parameters. So for example, hunter-driven response influences the antlerless harvest, young buck harvest, and mature buck harvest parameter in the model. And you can walk through each of these kind of categories that are lines in the text of the plan description can then be mapped to controls that are in the model. And I think after lunch, you'll see a little bit more how that works. I think I'll stop there, but happy to take questions.
I think we'll probably get rolling to lunch, but yeah, I think this is a good logical breaking point. So with that, I think we'll take our lunch. We'll have it be 24 minutes or whatever now. So what I'll do is I'll put a timer up on the screen, especially for people that are watching on YouTube as well. And we will be back to lunch from lunch at 12:30 and dive right into the model and have that carry us through to the end of the meeting. So take a break, everyone, and we'll see you back here in just a bit. All right, as our New Year's Eve countdown timer ticks closer to midnight here, I think hopefully people are getting back from their lunch. We'll give people another 35 seconds and get rolling.
Where's our glitter ball?
Not in the budget, out of scope, out of scope. All right, well, like I say, it is 12:30. Hopefully everyone had a great lunch and are back to their desks, and because we're ready to move on to the next part. So give it back to Tom. He'll have a few more slides for us and then some more discussion.
Thanks. And hopefully you can see my screen here. I wanted to spend a small amount of time on kind of a quick review of where we are with modeling and introduce some of the new features that we're working on. But I want to spend most of the time on an opportunity for question and answer and some live experimentation with the model. There's at least kind of, I think mostly that's to serve you, but that's also an opportunity for us to discover some of the limitations of the model. So we're not just interested in showing you things with the model, but also in receiving your critique and suggestions for improvements, because this is going to be an ongoing process. The charter for this project was to support the development of chronic wasting policy in a broad way. And there are really two prongs to that. One is kind of diagramming how the system works in a fairly rich way. And actually we've probably underexploited that lately because we've been more focused on the model. The other was to create a formal mathematical model that could project the consequences of various decisions you might take to intervene in a deer population with chronic wasting. And alongside that, since we're interested in decision making, we're not just interested in the deer in a theoretical sense, but we're interested in how this affects people. So we want to link the outcomes in some way to things that stakeholders in the system are actually interested in. So along the way, we've relied on your guidance to construct the model in a way that I hope supports that. But there's probably more to be done to make it as kind of relevant as possible. And then finally, the third goal of the project was to coordinate with the 10-year review, which has been a really useful way of essentially keeping the model really closely tied to decision-making needs in the real world. So the problem space is pretty complex, actually probably much more complex than this shows. This was our initial conception. We've wound up more focused on the brown circle and less focused on the green circle. So there are probably some underappreciated opportunities for synergy between deer policies and policies that affect vegetation or agriculture or things like that have, I'd say to some extent, been squeezed out of the model by other needs, other priorities. This is the fundamental schematic of the model. So each box is a stock or accumulation of something, usually something physical. So we have healthy deer becoming infected deer, becoming carcasses. And then we have the other kind of relevant quantity in this system besides deer is prions in the environment, in soils and vegetation and water and so forth. So the pipes here indicate the flows or the movement of these physical quantities around, or the processes that change these things. So deer are born, there's some mortality or harvest of healthy deer. They get infected. Some of them are harvested. Some of them die of CWD or potentially other causes. And then carcasses on the landscape either decay or are disposed of or exported in some other way. So the key processes here are really just 3 or 4 things. So one is that infected deer have contacts with healthy deer, and that increases the infection rate, creating more infected deer. That's one of the fundamental driving loops. Another is that infected deer deposit prions in the environment, and those contribute further to infection. So deer can be exposed through environmental prions rather than other deer. And another way prions wind up in the environment is through carcasses. Then there's some limiting processes on this as well. So for example, harvest removes both healthy and infected deer from the population, which may be helpful. And another is that simply the infection rate has to fall as you start to run out of healthy deer. But of course, deer are continuously replenished by new births as well. So the interplay of these processes, plus some others that are in the model that aren't shown here, like testing, is what drives the evolution of the system over time. So behind every one of these things is an equation that says how many deer get infected per contact, or how many healthy deer get infected per contact with an infected deer per unit of time. And how does that depend on the density of deer and their contact or their sort of social contact rate from concentration, which you might influence with baiting and feeding, things like that. So out of that, you can then take that system of equations and feed it some data that tells it how many deer there are and how many are initially positive and how many are taken by hunting, and how does the age structure of the deer population work? And from all that, you simulate over time how prevalence or how the deer population itself in various age and sex classes is going to evolve. And this run actually shows not just that evolution. So it's kind of this characteristic S-shaped curve where initially the disease grows quickly due to the direct contact and indirect contact processes, and then ultimately saturates as you start to be limited by the supply of healthy deer. This also shows some confidence bounds. So the spread here indicates uncertainty around the best guess scenario. And that comes from a number of sources that I'll talk about in a moment. And actually, probably the other feature you probably can't see here is that the infection rate may actually accelerate for a while. So initially, you have just a few deer infected on the landscape, and that means there aren't many environmental prions around. So all of the infection that's happening comes from social contact among those deer. Later, although actually it could be that the first infection came from an environmental source, like an eagle flew over and deposited some prions in their habitat. Later, as the environmental prions start to build up, the growth rate could actually increase for a while, but still it's ultimately going to saturate at some level that's not 100% of the deer population. And once that accumulation process is well underway, it's hard to reverse this whole process because we don't know of a way to kind of artificially accelerate the degradation of these environmental prions yet. Then as you start, so the model generates a whole bunch of these trajectories. Then you can think about how to evaluate them. And that's a little bit tricky just because there's kind of too much information. So as you start looking at lots of scenarios, you'd like to reduce the dimensionality of the problem. And one strategy for that is to just look at a couple of time slices. But as this plot shows, if you're interested in the deer population, you know, in kind of aggregate deer abundance, you would get different answers depending on how far out in time you wanted to look. So at 2030, the blue scenario, which is actually the status quo, is the best option. But at 2045 or 2050, that's actually the worst option. And that's simply a consequence of the fact that the green and red strategies involve deer removals. So that creates kind of a worse before better dynamic, where in order to preserve a healthier population in the long run, you have to take some deer now in order to reduce prevalence and the spread of infection. So there's a lot of subtlety to evaluating all these things, but I think we'll get a chance to play with that in the model itself. I'm going to skip over this because we already talked about geography and so forth, and just quickly introduce you to what we're working on, which is a couple of things. One is we've redone a lot of the analyses that you've seen before. So for example, one set of model runs is a set of policies one at a time. So we simply just run through every control that's in the model, move it 10% to see what happens. So harvest 10% more antlerless bucks, 10% more old bucks, 10% more or 10% reduction in contacts from baiting and feeding, 10% more sampling, and so forth. And that is what generated this table. So this is sort of a slice through the future in 2030 in all of those runs. And since you're going to see more of these in the future, I thought I'd just give a quick indication of how to read it. So across the top are individual model runs. So each of these columns is a particular scenario. So the first one here is the leading edge areas status quo. And then each one of these is an experiment. And finally, over at the far, I guess I don't have the combined one on this. There's also an all-in combined scenario. Then each row is one of the metrics of interest. So if you look at prevalence, which is the first row here, you can then read across that prevalence in the status quo scenario is 32%. And I apologize for the density of numbers here. I'm just realizing that I've reported the outcomes to a almost hysterical level of precision. It's not justified given the uncertainty in the inputs. This is raw output. So that's something we'll correct in the versions we distribute for you. So prevalence in the status quo is 32%. taking 10% more antlerless deer takes that down to 30. And young bucks does about the same thing. Older bucks has a little bit bigger influence. It's down to 29%, and so on. So as you read across each row, you can compare these scenarios for the ultimate prevalence level. And within a geography, all of the results are comparable. But if you were you want to compare apples to apples, so you don't want to compare, say, prevalence in the leading edge to prevalence in the endemic area. And you'll see that in these tables later on. So that's the setup. The other thing is the colors are coordinated across the rows again. So you can look at the colors as kind of a rough visual indication. So if you look at say the healthy population row here, it's 1470 in the status quo. Taking lots of antlerless deer has a big impact on the population. So in the antlerless scenario, it's colored red because the population is lower. And the colors are generally correspond with whether the variable of interest is sort of good or bad. So we want less prevalence. We want more healthy population. We want more trophy harvest and so on. And the colors are designed to reflect that. But of course, some of those things are value judgments. So you may want to think of them as kind of more just abstract indications. Just an example of that, the last line here is number of carcasses landfilled. So if you're thinking of that as an indicator of good carcass management, then the more the better. But if you're thinking of that in terms of what does the dumpster and haulage budget cost, then obviously less would be better. So that's how we, that's the ultimate product out of these that we will be sharing, plus the layer of interpretation of these numbers into the kind of the master consequence table. This is the underlying basis for the table. And again, we'll see this again in the model in a minute, which are the individual runs that contributed to that. So you can see there's kind of a range of outcomes for different interventions. And then on this chart, there's also the combined scenario, which actually does succeed in stabilizing prevalence, but it doesn't reverse it back to zero. We'll play with that in the model. And we've talked about this. So I just want to mention a couple of challenges before we dive into the model itself. One is that there's a lot of uncertainty about the model structure and parameters. So we've built the model based on expert input and literature and so forth. And I don't think there's anything controversial about the fact that, say, does give birth to fawns and fawns turn into young bucks and does and things like that. So there's some basic physics about it that's not controversial. But then when you get into the drivers of the infection process, there's a lot that's uncertain. We don't know very well what the balance is between the indirect and direct infection paths, for example. We don't know, if you look at environmental prions, we don't know how many of those come from deposition versus carcasses. So there's a lot of uncertainty about those things, and also about some of the kind of the features of the other features of the infection process. On the other hand, we can do some testing around those things and see which uncertainties are actually important. And certainly that's an area where Mike's suggestion of doing some pilots would help resolve some of the key uncertainties. You could by doing experiments that haven't existed in nature so far, we could get information about some of the parameters of the model that are currently unknown. So the other principal challenge, I guess, is that there are experiments we can perform in the model, but not necessarily in reality. So in the model, we can simply move a slider that says more harvest of older bucks. In reality, there may be limitations to what you can do to increase that. If, for example, those bucks are harder to find, or hunting interest is declining due to increasing CWD prevalence, or because people are constrained by factors other than the availability of deer tags. There might be a variety of reasons that you could set a goal to increase the harvest, but you can't actually induce people to achieve it unless you go to measures kind of beyond the portfolio that's currently being tried. But still, the model's useful because we can do so many experiments quickly on it, identify things of interest to try in the real world. It's also a lot cheaper to experiment in a model than in the real world. It also lets you compare the outcome with data to track how things are working out and to try and estimate some of these uncertain parameters. And it lets us generate so many metrics that we can create portfolios of metrics that might be of interest to different kinds of stakeholders. And then finally, every time you run a scenario in the model, whether you're running one policy or 10, everything is interacting all at once. So we're not just capturing the isolated effects of a single policy, but we're capturing possible synergies among policies. So hopefully we could find a portfolio of policies that would be stronger than its individual components. And I think I talked about this. So let me shift over to the model. But before I do that, I'll mention what I think has evolved to be the kind of the key limitation, which is that in the current model, we don't have explicit geography. We basically have one model with 3 different setups that represent the endemic, the leading edge, and the new geography. But in reality, these are not independent areas. They're geographically connected to one another. So the endemic scenarios really should be interacting with the leading edge and the new area scenarios. And that's because the infectious population in one area is by various mechanisms contributing to infections in other areas. So you've got infected young bucks dispersing into adjacent territory. You have people moving deer and carcasses around, and maybe other vectors as well for dispersal of environmental prions. And the model currently does not capture that. So one of the things to keep in mind is that something you do in, say, the endemic area to lower the infectious population might also have some spillover benefits to the leading edge in the new areas. And of course, that's also a management problem in the sense that that a CDAC in a area with high prevalence is their management decisions have effects not just within their own territory, but also on adjacent areas. And it's not clear to me anyway that the incentives in the existing system really reflect that physical reality. So that's the setup. And we'll now turn to the model. and try out some decisions. And we can also just browse around and explore. I really want this to be kind of a Q&A or guided by you. So every time we do that, we'll have to decide, are we looking at the leading edge or the endemic area or the new area? And I'm just going to suggest that we start with the leading edge because it's in some ways the most interesting, but we can try them all. We'll want to keep in mind who is responsible for the actions we're going to create. The model actually is pretty agnostic about that, but it does constrain how far we think we can move the needle on various inputs. And then the main task will be to decide what are we going to do? Are we going to take old bucks or young bucks or antlerless deer, or are we going to do more testing and so forth? While we're doing that, please feel free to comment on, do we have the right structure in the model? Are we presenting the right metrics? Are the controls the things we really want to control, or are there key things that are missing? And how far is it realistic to change things like the level of effort devoted to harvest? Because those are key inputs for us going forward, so we can refine the model and make it more and more relevant and influential in this process. I'll shift over, but any questions on this before I do? Okay. So this is the model, and incidentally, this could be made user-friendly and say put on the web so you could run it in your browser. We're not there yet. So we're looking at here is actually the raw simulation modeling tool. So this isn't as pretty as it could be, but it's pretty functional. And it has the additional virtue that we can look at every single feature of this model if we had time to do so. So I think anything that you're interested in here is fair game. So the model has, I don't know, 3 or 4 key views that kind of contain most of the structure. So this one's the infection chain that we looked at earlier. We have healthy deer, infected deer, and clinically sick deer. And then for each of those, there are various processes that change them. We have births, exposure to CWD, progression of disease to the clinical phase, and harvest, and mortality from other causes. And incidentally, underneath each of these is some structure that you can't see, which is the age and sex structure. So the healthy deer, I'll just pull up a plot. Let's see. So here we're looking at yearling bucks, but we could also look at you know, doe fawns and so forth. So there are actually 4 age groups and 2 sexes behind everything that you see here. And that's mainly to kind of capture some of the realism of the population dynamics and to be able to target the hunting. Then probably the other major piece of this is carcass and environmental prion dynamics. So again, deer get harvested, they're in possession of a hunter, then they either, you know, a portion gets left on the landscape as a gut pile, some may get landfilled, some may get exported to some other geography. And then there's also carcasses deposited on the landscape by non-harvest mortality, car crashes, or just other diseases or old age or whatever. then as those carcasses decompose, they contribute prions to the environmental prion stock. And over time that degrades. And there's one of the key uncertainties is how long do prions actually last in the environment? The thought being that it's a long time, but actually the literature, at least the kind of the CWD model literature, uses a pretty wide range of values for that, anywhere from half a year to 10 years, I think. And then finally, there's a vegetation piece in which the deer are browsing vegetation. It regenerates over time, and that determines carrying capacity for a deer. So the amount of browse available. There's a piece about hunt participation, which we're not using here, although we can turn this on if we want. It looks at how attractive is it to hunt based on number of deer you're going to see, the difficulty of harvesting a deer of the type that you want or the type that you have a tag for, and kind of the CWD ick factor. So these are some human dimensions inputs that are not active in the base case of the model. And then finally, there's a testing sector, which keeps track of samples that are tested from harvest and other mortality, and how often or how soon you can first detect a positive deer. And actually, if you look at this chart over on the right here, what you'll see is what we were talking about earlier. I don't remember who raised this question, but the fraction positive, which is the red and the green, is the reported fraction of samples that are positive. And then the blue line here is true prevalence. And you'll notice there's a bit of a bias here. And I think the principal cause of that here is that most of the deer that you're harvesting are older, and I think also to some extent more bucks than does. And therefore, they have somewhat elevated prevalence. And I guess actually here, there's also some testing of natural mortality from CWD. So you see elevated fraction positive against prevalence, but there are also some potential biases that would move it in the other direction. Yeah, Mike. I see your hand up.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm just trying to unmute.
That's okay.
Can you run the same curve by age and sex?
Yeah, I don't think I have the plot set up.
Okay.
Let's see. Let me double check. Actually, I don't think I keep the data. I only, in principle, yes. In this version, no. But if that's of interest, it's a simple change to do. Because I mean, it's
really useful
certainly
to look at where the thresholds come for the different age and sex groups. I would expect there to be some fair differences there.
Right. And actually, so one thing I do track, I think on this view, I track prevalence by age and sex. And just a second here, let's turn on the does. So here's adult prevalence. Uh-oh, we're getting a lot. Oh, I've got 9 scenarios running. Okay, so rather than unloading everything. So the blue line here is prevalence in adult bucks, and the green line here is prevalence in adult does in the status quo. And then all the others are the policy lines. So there's a difference here, which in this greater direct transmission among the bucks than the does, which would, so either they're more susceptible or they're more social. So we can do it. So we could keep track of the testing with that level of detail. I just didn't do it when I set this up, but that would presumably kind of debias some of these curves, because it would remove some of the composition effect that's causing the difference between the blue line and the red line here. But there might be some other causes, and they're not all in the model either. You know, if, for example, people are more likely to test their deer because they have some reason to think it's positive geographically, that would cause some bias, but there might also be some pushing the other way. Well, one important one, I think, being that they're, the infection proceeds over time, and there are presumably always a certain subset of the population that has been exposed and will eventually develop CWD, but is not yet detectable because their prion load's not big enough. So there are probably some biases in both directions.
A related question, Tom, is how are you, let me see if I can ask this question in a simple way. Are there differences in age and sexes for infection from the environment as well, or only from direct?
There's a parameter for it, but at the moment they're the same. There is some literature that, for example, at least in the modeling literature, experiments with that, where, for example, bucks may be more susceptible to environmental prions due to larger body size, and therefore they're just eating more and more exposed.
And also larger home ranges, so they'd be more exposed to general.
Oh, so they just interact with sort of more patches and therefore be more likely to encounter one that's risky. Yeah, so that's not active in this base case here.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, any other questions, or let's try and set something up. So we have a control panel for the model, and down the left side are some of the key assumptions. The infection rate drivers, whether it depends on deer density or not. This is the one we were just talking about, the age and sex influences on exposure or transmission, the number of initial infections in an area, how long do prions last, what's the mortality rate from non-disease factors, and what's the baseline demographic trend in harvest. So if you look at harvest effort, it shows what we've seen in the data, which is about roughly a 2% per year decline in fraction of the population harvested. So those are the assumptions, and then the controls are these colored items here, and they're grouped so you can harvest more young bucks or less, older bucks, antlerless. You can target infected deer only, which you can't do in the real world because you can't tell precisely which ones are infected, but it's a way to enrich the harvest in infected deer in the way that we see in, say, the sharpshooting in Illinois, where the sharpshooters have about twice the fraction positive as the general harvest. There's contact reduction, which could represent baiting and feeding, or maybe other things. The amount of testing that you do, and then in cases where the timing of interventions depends on discovering that first positive, there are also some parameters that control that timing. And there's some things for sort of safe practices. So if you have a positive deer, do you eat it anyway? What's your risk from other practices, other kind of deer carcass or meat handling practices? And what fraction of carcasses go to the landfill? And then finally, this piece is inactive, but there are also some controls for hunter behavior. What are they paying attention to? Are they going to decrease their effort, for example, if it gets harder to find deer because the yield per effort has gone down due to deer being less abundant overall? And yeah, Jerome, I see your hands up.
Yeah, I wanted to ask the question in your model, you age classification of the bucks and young bucks, but the antlerless is one category. And I wanted to maybe ask if Dan has information from the Southwest study for the endemic area. Does it make a difference on age classifications of the doe harvest on infectivity? Because in your model, you're looking to take young bucks out. But if we find that maybe young does, fawns, you can see an opportunity if that's a reason, or is it just older does that are infected? Because if the bucks are transient, moving around to new foci or leading edge areas, then the does based on infectivity would be a core, which maybe we could target better for the reduction of the core doe population that might be positive.
Right. Did somebody else want to chime in there?
Well, the evidence is, Jerome, that as the adults get older, they're more likely to be infected. So, I mean, by logic would sort of tell you that, and that doesn't necessarily mean the infection rate is different, but they're just, have they been exposed longer to the disease because they've lived longer? And so logic would tell you that if you can remove those animals first, that would be your most effective way to reduce prevalence.
And maybe the one exception to that, but it's not in this model, is the idea that young bucks are dispersing. So even though their prevalence might be lower, they're a big risk factor for the next geography over. I was just looking to see if I can easily generate a plot. Yeah, so in the model, let's see. I don't have the fawns here. And let me get rid of some of these. I've got too many scenarios. So what we were looking at when we had so many scenarios on the screen was here's prevalence. This is the leading edge, and here are all the different plans. So this is the status quo, and then the 8 or the 7 new plans that have different levels of effort across different geographies. And then finally, the kind of all-in maximum effort plan. So you'll notice plan 2 here is about 80% effort in the leading edge. So it's basically a strict focus on that area. So that's why that one's nearly as successful as the kind of the maximum possible effort plan. So those are all the diversity, but we'll make our own. So I'm going to get rid of a bunch of these, and it'll just take me a moment just because it's so much data here.
And then while you're doing that as a site, I was just wondering, because you said it seems the disease is plateauing out where reproduction is outstripping the disease. And I was just wondering if there's something that can be teased out in the doe, that if we have a population X that's outstripping the disease processing numbers, how would that help, or is it noted?
In the sense, have sort of a dilution strategy where you're kind of filling the population with enough new uninfected deer that you essentially dilute the disease that is there.
Well, but one thing that's not in the model is genetics, and that's an opportunity that might look at is natural selection helping out in that manner.
Right. And that's actually a good point about a limitation. So there's no vaccine and no genetics in the model. And there is some evidence that I think in Wyoming that the gene pool does change over time at high prevalence levels, but the drift is pretty slow. But that's something that might be relevant on a 20 to 40 year time horizon, which certainly is something we ought to be interested in, I think. So that was a long way of coming around to just comparing prevalence of two groups. So these are yearling and older adult females. That's actually data. That's data from the Northwest Iowa. So let's see. Those are adults. So this is the model run, adult ducks and bucks and does, ending up around say 55 and 65%. And then if you look at yearlings, yearling does are ending up at 40%, and the yearling bucks are at 45 or 47%. So there is a difference, and it's generally, as Mike said, it's a kind of an age progression that the fawns start pretty healthy, and then just by virtue of having been around in the system for the longest time, the older bucks are most infected. Actually, they're most infected both by virtue of long exposure time and also greater transmission from greater sociability or bigger body size or something. In this case, it's exclusively the kind of the social transmission factors. So I'm not sure.
There is a hand raised, Tom, and Mike Samuel has his hand raised.
Okay. Shoot.
Yeah, Tom. Yeah, in your first column of assumptions, do you have a differential mortality of infected deer by age and sex as well, or at least by sex, which seems to be fairly significant?
Differential mortality from harvest, the underlying non-harvest mortality is the same over the population. That's something that would probably be good to refine, and we don't have specifically, there isn't a buck-doe difference.
I was referring to CWD mortality.
Oh, actually, no, that's the same as well.
Then the other comment I would make to you, and you might want to look at some more, is I've been looking quite a bit at the prevalence patterns in some of the monitoring areas in the last, recent time, and it looks like some of your estimates on prevalence go quite a bit higher than what some of the monitoring areas show in terms of the plateau, which kind of suggests your infection rates might be higher than we're seeing in the real world.
Interesting. Let's see. I I think the plateau here is generally around 50 or 60%. And I'm just looking at, so this is again, Northwest Iowa, the red and the green, or the red and the blue here. So,
yes, a number of the areas the monitoring areas that I've been looking at, it looks like the buck plateaus around just below 50%.
Interesting. Yeah, I think this is running a little hotter than that. So it's about 60%. Yeah, so, or even 66. So that could be not enough. Well, actually, one uncertainty here that we didn't really anticipate is that the population dynamic interacts a lot with the population dynamics around the rebound in the birth rate from release of carrying capacity pressure if the population falls. So you start to, if the dynamic is CWD is killing a lot of deer or harvest or something else, but there's a lot of replenishment from births because the deer fecundity increases in response, then the plateau would be quite a bit lower. So that's an interesting observation. I'll have to spend some time experimenting with that.
I could send you a few plots if that would be helpful to you.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Mike, are you talking about like our monitoring areas on the web?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, you know,
there's a few where it seems like they're starting to plateau.
Yeah, there's a lot of them are, Dan. And interestingly, the core area is not. So makes me wonder what, you know, a lot of the stuff we've done obviously is learned about is in the core area, and I wonder how applicable that may be to other areas.
And actually, one big difference between that and some of the outlying areas is the deer density is quite a bit higher. All right, so let's just try and set something up. So the blue line on all these curves is the base case, and so we'll create our own test case scenario here. As soon as I figure out how to move the Zoom window, just a second.
And as you're clicking, Tom, just giving you an 8-minute warning. So
okay. All right.
Close to the end.
So I'm just going to start this up. Oh, sorry. Wrong button. Okay, so now this is live and we can intervene any way we want. We can harvest more bucks or no young bucks or whatever. So does anybody want to suggest an intervention here? How much could we, I'm kind of curious actually, how much could we realistically get the hunters to do in terms of additional effort? Assuming we didn't have, say, sharpshooting available as an extra measure. Is it?
Do you have, am I reading that you have 0.3 for all of them?
Right. So it's 30%, and that's on a year 2000 basis. So actually, as of 2020, that's already declined to about 20%. So actually one thing that would be helpful is to arrest that decline. So if you could simply freeze hunting at current levels, which I've done here. So here's harvest effort. instead of continuing to decline in the future, it just levels off. That already has a significant effect on some of the metrics. So for example, here's deer population. So deer population is down in the future because you're taking more deer. It also affects prevalence and fraction positive. So here's prevalence, causes it to level off at a lower level, but still not far from, a win. So that would be one useful measure. But could we get hunters to increase, say, 10%? Yeah, certainly there are experiments in the model where you can beat the disease if you could increase the harvest from, say, 30% to, basically double it.
Well, there are areas where we've observed, like a 50% harvest rate, not in CWD land.
Mm-hmm.
And not that long ago either. Now, the doe harvest rate's not that high. Importantly,
in those areas.
I mean, I don't know, and I don't think we had a good estimate of that, but I would put doe harvest, if you're gonna, just as a interesting, realistic scenario of having a buck harvest rate of roughly 50%, and then maybe a doe harvest rate of like 20% or something like that.
So basically, leave the antlerless alone and move the bucks up. So that.
Yeah, I mean, it's an interesting. You're kind of framing it as, can we do an intervention that can increase from current? But I guess as I'm thinking of it, it's more like, well, what are areas that differ? Because there's just different harvest rates spatially based on, hunter density, hunter deer ratios and whatnot. But
right.
Anyway.
So yeah. Oh, right. And I guess that probably also depends a lot on what level of granularity you look at. If you look at a county, there might be a lot of non-deer range in the county. So there's maybe at least areas that are not susceptible to easy access for hunting. So this is increasing the buck harvest rate by 60% and leaving the antlerless harvest alone. So the composition changes quite a bit. The one consequence is it's now harder to find those older bucks because you're not only taking them out of the population, but you're taking their precursors of the younger bucks out of the population. And so actually the amount of effort it would take to kind of do that level of targeting, it would take a big increase in effort or efficiency or something in order to actually take that many. And it has a bigger effect on prevalence, but it's still not turning things around. And I see Jerome has a hand up.
Yes, in this scenario, does this model, are you looking at a statewide, or is this specific to the endemic area, or could you do it specific to the leading edge?
So this is looking specific to the leading edge, and this is sort of a representative township in the leading edge. So when we start intervening around 2022, prevalence is at about 5%, something like that. But we could just change the parameters here to represent the endemic or a new area and try the same strategy on those. What else would be of interest here? I think we're almost out of time, so I want to be sensitive to that. But are there other experiments that people would be interested in seeing? We could probably run one more quickly. Justin.
Yeah, can you go down the path that we're kind of going down from the standpoint of people being more selective from a buck harvest standpoint, but also flip it on the turn of being more responsible from a antlerless harvest? So typically we'd be driving down the deer population as a whole, but yet you're increasing the age structure of your bucks. I want to just see what the model comes back
So
with.
let's see. So that would mean same or less young buck harvest. You might try to take more older bucks, but they'll be maybe less abundant, and also more antlerless harvest.
Yep.
So let's see what that looks like. So I think the one immediate effect is a much bigger effect on the total deer population, just because you're taking a lot of does out and therefore have less recruitment. Let's see what else that does. So interesting. It kind of works in the sense that you actually have more trophy harvest. Probably there's some nuance within the older buck population. So in the model, there are fawns, yearlings, young adults, which is one more year, and then older adults are sort of all older ages. So on the one hand, you're taking more older bucks here, but probably the average age of those has gone from 5 years to 3.5 years or something. But I think that strategy kind of works. And actually, the other thing that's interesting here is it's a bigger effect on prevalence. And I think so. In one distinction in the infection process is how density dependent it is, and in this parameter set, it's not very density dependent. So this is the bigger impact here is not from reducing transmission due to kind of lower deer density on the landscape. It's from an increase in dilution, I think.
Can you go back to those harvest rate parameters again?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, I mean, a 50% harvest antlerless rate, I don't know. I don't think we could ever achieve that. I don't know what we would have to do. I don't think we could achieve that even under earn a buck, but those buck harvest rates are probably not that different than what we observe it oftentimes. Maybe, yeah, frankly, I would go lower than that, Tom, on the antlers. If you go to, I'd be interested if you make it 20. Yeah, 20, and then maybe even drop your yearling harvest rate to 20. I think that's probably something, that combination is probably fairly close to what we're observing. I'm guessing from what I've seen so far from like our Southwest project, maybe a little bit lower adult buck harvest rates, but that's a pretty reasonable set of harvest rates. I think you'd find that in a lot of our farmland.
Yeah, and actually, we're a little limited by our data. This is probably an area where we could improve, because we're just using mostly the publicly available data, which doesn't have a full age sex breakdown. I think it tells you the buck harvest rate and the total, but we don't know the
you need
age
to go play
structure.
outside for a little bit.
It's freezing outside.
It's 30 degrees out.
It's freezing.
So,
but just looking at the what like all your plots on the right hand side, it looks not that different than what.
Yeah, it's at least that change isn't that helpful. I think one thing I've noticed is this strategy of kind of focus on older bucks is maybe a great near-term policy in the sense that their prevalence is now high, but as soon as you start harvesting them aggressively, suddenly there just aren't that many around. It's harder to find the ones that are left. So I think what that says is you need an adaptive strategy, so maybe rather than focusing on the older bucks who have some intrinsic reasons to have high prevalence, focus on those while you can, but then when that gets hard, switch to other categories in a sort of an opportunistic way.
I think. Sorry, go ahead.
Well, just actually, this is probably wrap up, so I can let you end on a point, Dan, and then I think we're gonna have to end with time.
No, I was just going to say that this combination, I don't view it so much as a strategy, but as something that we're probably observing throughout much of the.
It's the reality. Yeah.
Quickly,
thanks for all that.
It might be useful to add one of your outputs that looked at the number of infected bucks, yearling bucks, so that we have a measure of what might happen in terms of spread.
Oh, right. You mean add that to the output panel on the right?
Yes.
Yeah, that's actually in the table, but I'll do that.
Excellent. So yes, thank you all for the afternoon session. Obviously, we didn't get to the round robin kind of setup that we did this morning, going through the alternative plans. But as we talked about in the beginning, I think the best way to get us comments on the alternative plans that are in the input document is to email us those comments, and we'll work through those just similar to pre-work. And then we're also going to work on getting you the updated input document based off today's discussion and just further work we can do. And then that'll be the basis for our next meeting in February. And with that, hopefully get you communication on that real soon on when we can expect to have that, and maybe even some instructions on how to best structure email communication. But we'll leave it for Jen and Christine if there's any wrap-up thoughts from them. But I think we're getting close to an end.
Good on my end. Thanks, everybody. I think this was a really valuable discussion today, and excited to move forward and see the results of some of these plans.
I think you're muted, Christine, but I hope I bet you it was a good comment. All right, excellent. Thank you all, and we will most